Yay! Sorry, y'all. Sorry for a little longer wait than usual. Mic check, cam check. Yeah, all right, we're good. What is up? Still working on maxing this before I can add anything useful to this build. But welcome back. Does anyone know if Shaco's good for the build or not? Well, I mean, Kyle the Nameless is easier to get than Shaco. And Kyle the Nameless is like way better. Like significantly better. So, but what up? Yeah, I'll come back when this gets going. Yeah, I'm sorry. Someone else also asked if Shaco is good for this build. No. Yeah, Kyle the Nameless by far best in slot for this build. How do I get the resistances and stuff like that? Well, I have it all laid out in the guide. So like if you either watch the video or look at the Maxroll guide, I have it all laid out for you. It's a matter of getting the right rolls on the right pieces for it. But if you have materials, it makes it super easy. But if you want to do Shroud, which obviously is a little more damage, then it's gonna take a little longer to really get what you want. You got your cow orange juice last night. Very nice, very nice. I feel like that's gonna be a while before that happens. For me, but yep. Phelan, what's going on? I just read that. So you pushed 90s earlier and couldn't beat it, but you switched out the Ring of Starless Skies for a Retribution crit ring and beat 90s twice. What took you the longest? Was it the boss? So I guess my question would be is it's kind of hard to. That's the reason why I do like a lot of runs back to back because the bosses in the pit are so uneven. So like when I'm testing something, I actually want to try to get the same boss every time, or at least know what my times were anytime that I have a certain boss. And then I make that my metric. But I wonder though, like you should probably already have Retribution already, right? Like what else did you not have before then? Because you run Retribution and then you run Conceited. So what are you missing out? I feel like you were missing the multiplier before that. Because you got Starless Skies. So you got both of your Aerostorm. Yeah, Conceited and Warrior Ring. So what was on your glove? What aspect were you running on your glove? Oh, you was Fist of Fate. I see. Okay. I don't remember if I ever tried that. I'm gonna be honest. I always switched out Fist of Fate and I kept the Starless, but I never switched out Fist of Fate. And so I guess I could try that actually. Never was going on. Hey, this build by far feels the best I played so far using the Rogue. Thanks, man. I might have another one. I'm sort of semi cooking up something else in my head. It's not like a brand new build. It's something that was really fun yesterday. Not yesterday, sorry. It was something that was really fun last season that really couldn't do it this season. So I got you, Crafty. You know, I had accidents at the house. I had to clean it up. Just saw you got back. He's not doing too well. Is he like is your dog a little older? Like, but what I was saying is, Cal is just way better because trick attacks scales with itself, which also double dips on precision. So it's kind of like a scaling on top of a scaling that already scales, making trick attacks by far your like the best passive that we have in on Rogue. So I'll give you an example. On a build like this, for instance, right? You see how I have +6 trick attacks here? That's not good enough. That needs to be 7. You wanna know why it needs to be +7? Because my damage from +6 trick attacks to +7 trick attacks is a 25% damage increase. 25%, which is nutty. One rank is 25%. You know, do you know how big that is? That one rank is stronger than Shaco. Period. Like, not even close. Like, Shaco would be what, maybe, let's see, I'd say about 22, 23%. Shaco might be about 22, 23% offensive buff, maybe roughly around that, maybe like a teeny bit less. This one ranks of trick attacks from 6 to 7 would be more damage than the Shaco, the entire Shaco. And I already have 6 ranks into trick attacks already into this. So you see how, so you see the discrepancy or whatever? What rank of what trick attacks? Trick attacks is bugged because it scales off itself and it double dips with precision, making it a must-have helm basically for almost every build. Send me a full breakdown of the volleys. Cool. All right. I'll probably send it fresh in the morning. Like fresh in the morning. Barrington, what's going on, man? It's been a bit. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, man. How you been? Have you tried using the Pitfire's Gall? Yes, I have. Peach, what's going on? Yep, I have. You can go that route. It's more of a side grade that requires more work and effort than you really need to or should. But a regular ring, especially if you're running a precision build, like missing any crit damage anywhere for the most part, is pretty bad. Period. So in terms of like regular stat crit, because of how trick attack scales. You know I got you, Crafty. I gotta talk to you later as well about something, but that's something. Somebody says scrap the Shaco. No, don't. Well, you said a new mythic unique. Well, what do you need for a mythic? Like, what mythic unique do you need now? Like, I probably would still hold on to the Shaco because you never know, it might have some sort of use later. Like, I held on to one of my Shacos on purpose. Like, I made sure I didn't scrap that because you never know when something comes across where they make mid-season updates or changes or whatever, and then, like, you know. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. Okay. I do want to try the the thingamajig, thingamabob. Whatchamacallit. Oh, you don't have any of the mystics other than Andars and sugar. Oh, I see. You don't know if Stars to Skies ring was vital to the build. I wouldn't say it's vital, but it does make the build feel a little better, and it's a nice multiplier. But it's not game breaking. Like if you don't have it, the build still functions. It functions just fine. In fact, I'm actually about to swap out Ring for a second. Someone in the chat saying that, you know, he felt better with the regular Ring out while wearing Fist of Fate versus Starless. It's like, okay, we can do some runs. I'm not opposed to putting that to the test. Trying to figure out like a good enough ring though to kind of compensate. Like I don't have GA crit damage here. I have it here, so we can kind of just do that. Make one, I guess. Because why not? So is a shroud chest armor vital, you think? I wouldn't say it's, well, I'm gonna say it's vital, but it's big damage increase, because remember how I said trick attacks is so good? Well, that chest gives +1 to all passes. That includes your trick attacks. So if you could choose an armor or whatever like that, like I will go with Shroud Faucet, but it will be kind of difficult to cap your armor and resistances though. So like you gotta make sure that the rest of your gear is kind of up to snuff for you to be able to do that. What second ring do you recommend you run? Means a Fist of Fate. Retribution. So you'll run Retribution and Conceited on your rings. Exactly what I'm getting ready to do now after I temper some stuff on this real quick. Dope beta. Oh, dope beat. Oh, gotcha. Whatever, League. What's happening, man? Betrayal. Is it? Am I playing physical Barrage? Not right now, no. But it's kind of ironic that you said that, because I think that is honestly my next project. Since it won't take much to actually put it together, since my Paragon board will practically be almost the same. Almost. I spoke about the last board for something different though, but it'll be close. I'd go no weakness or exploit weakness instead of just bounty, since I can't do that on physical Barrage. Bro, I couldn't even get. I can't even get crit damage to roll, son. Wow. Asri, appreciate the prime. You said I'm having so much trouble with resistances. So do me a favor. Do exclamation mark build. And I wouldn't look at the video. I would look at the well, not saying don't look at the video, but like the Maxroll guide makes it so much easier to know how to cap your resistances and stuff. I have it all laid out for you. Yeah, so click the second link. And then you look at build progression or whatever. And then you can kind of see how you eventually get to being able to cap your resistances, etc. in your armor. But it does take a little time though, to get it. So like if you don't get it all in one fell swoop, don't like beat yourself up for it. You know, the gearing is a little different than some of the other builds. Like you would never usually run armor on your gloves or whatever, but if you run it with Fist of Fate, you have to get that armor elsewhere. So like let's say if you're doing double ring, right? Like double ring, no Starless, then you have to roll like all res on this ring and have all res on this ring, and then swap one of the all res gem for like a skull to cap your armor at that point. So like it gets a little tricky, but it works. We're using a link, but I didn't see barely any resist on the gear. Maybe it's Paragon that does it. Paragon does help. Because you do also keep in mind not only Paragon but also your Merc. So like I tell you to run right here, and he gives you plus 15% all res as well. That doesn't show up on the planner. So like this doesn't show up on your planner. So whatever you have, just do plus 15% because you will have this with your Merc. What the Beast Fall boost really good for? To drop your energy enough to be able to cast more Rain of Arrows. That's it. That is all.
My hammer sees some steel you need.
Let's see. Sure, we'll do whatchamacallit. Hey, that works. Okay. Okay. I guess crit damage. Oh, it is crit damage because that's what I didn't get. But if I break this, about to say 62.5%. Really, game. The bare minimum, the absolute bare minimum. How many more rolls? Like I got 4 rolls left. I don't know. Should I go for it? I have another one to kind of spare-ish. Should we risk it? Royal Ring also has double resist, don't forget. That's also very true. That's also very, very true. Actually forgot about that. We're gonna risk it, guys. We're gonna risk it. Here we go. We're going for it. We're going for it. Okay, I'm glad we did risk it. 77%. I'll take that. I will take that. All right, so quick master work real quick. Nothing fancy. Crit damage on the wrong one, but we'll take it for now. Crit damage also on the wrong one, but we'll take it for now. Just like that one. I don't have enough to finish the master work, but we'll leave it there. We'll roll what retribution on this. Also, let me fix some settings in gameplay real quick. I hate that. And okay, and then I have to do some all res or armor on this ring. One of the two, probably all res because the armor, the skull will be I'm gonna say skull will be a bigger value. Yeah, we'll do all res. So I'm gonna enchant some. You know, I guess I could roll like a single resist on both rings and then do like regular gems or whatever, like regular single res on the whatchamacallits with like maybe 1 R res roll. Now that would kill my armor actually. I won't be able to do that. R resist 13.6. Sure. Been running the R resist for here. Like I always do. I always do. Oftentimes I just don't feel like dealing with trying to figure out like the last 2 or 3% or 5% or whatever. Could just be out of just sheer laziness, but I also think about the fact that it is super easy to do on like, you know, something to recommend on like the Maxroll guy. It makes it easy to cap. 69.3. All right, so if this if I finish Maxroll working this, I'll be capped. Resistances and although my armor is gonna drop though, I could fix that with the instance though. But oof on the instance. Yeah, 9, 10. However, also I'm pretty sure I probably didn't take some armor nodes on purpose. Is that a thing? That was already capped. Nah, I don't think I have any additional places I can get armor right now. I am tapped out. Other than like maybe some strength on like Headhunter or something like that. Frost Feeder. If you get to 69, you gotta leave it there. Okay. Is there a register? I didn't know if it was for the damage for Flurry or something. Beast Swap. Yeah. Azri, the thing about it is, well, let me answer the last question and then I'll explain it to you. Have a considered Flurry step, pick a step boost for ultimate damage. Ultimate damage doesn't matter. I know that probably sounds silly to say on the skill that it's all about your ultimate, but ultimate damage is additive, and the only reason why you want ultimate damage is to be able to cap out your no witness legendary nodes, because it then scales with this. So once you get 45% bonus from having ultimate damage, like the stat like on your gear, which you get it from your amulet, you get all the ultimate damage you need from your amulet to cap this. Once it's capped, that ultimate damage is just additive, just like any other stat, and it's just really not worth. Plus flicker step, you have to keep evading through things. If you're evading, you're not casting Flurry. If you're not casting Flurry, you're not stacking precision. If you're not stacking precision, then you're not casting your rain of arrows. If you're not casting your rain of arrows, you do less damage. So you see how that kind of like trickles down to less overall damage at the end of the day. So no, it's all right. Explaining damage in this game is just one of the silliest things I've had to do in a long time, because damage in this game oftentimes does not make sense, and the game does not give you anything of any nature to explain to you why something works and something doesn't work. It's really bad. Like, it's really, really bad. So like when people are confused, like I totally get it. We all were confused until we figure it out later. But like, I mean, we all started off just as confused as you are. We're just like, why? Like right now, I'm confused with why Frost Feeder works the way it does right now. Frost Feeder right now is actually better than the Fluidity Glyph, even though stat-wise, if you look at it, versus the Fluidity Glyph actually comes out on top because it's a multiplier. But something is going on with Frost Feeder where either the chill effect is actually giving you damage to chill, which then acts more like a beefed up control glyph, which is what I'm thinking is happening. And because of that, that makes this a better glyph when it really shouldn't be. So like they're just stuff that you get, that just Yeah, it's dumb. Some things in this game, I swear. So don't feel bad. It's like that for everybody. Okay, so I guess just do some practice runs. I guess I gotta warm up so I can get my rain of arrows doing the thing. Speaking of which, what about my I do want to do the Realmwalker though, so we'll do that first. You better understand the glyphs. Yeah, we apparently we still barely understand some of these glyphs. Frostfeeder somehow slipped underneath us. Like, I'm wondering how long that's been bugged. Because oftentimes I would say, no, that's a terrible glyph. Don't use it. And people are just like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. And then someone made a case today again. And so I was just like, okay, I guess I'll try it. And lo and behold, it was better. And I'm like, I don't know why. But apparently it is. Why? This game, that's why. This mountain's like so cool. Diddy Master, really? J-Mac. I guess we're just waiting. I do miss having that attack speed in the Starless guys though, man. That attack speed feels so good. Is Frostfeeder a business slot for every build? I mean, probably. Given that every build you actually take Frigid Finesse because it's a very strong passive. So anytime that a build has Frigid Finesse, it should probably have Frostfeeder now as well. Probably, but like again, like it's hard to explain the bug because I don't know exactly what's happening. So I don't want to sit there and like be spreading, hey, everybody's switch to Frostfeeder now, without telling you why. Other than, hey, I'm dealing more damage, just do it. Like, I don't like that. You know what I mean? So, I'm not saying that it isn't doing more damage, because it is. I just don't know why. And I want to be able to explain why. Should you use Fist of Fate or use another glove? I would use a regular glove, especially for now, because if you're already having issues capping your armor and resistances, then using Fist of Fate makes it even harder. So I would use a regular glove. Right now, I'm actually testing something. So like, I know people ask sometimes like, I'll switch to one thing and it's like, oh, is this the new build? Is this the updated new build now? I'm like, no, I'm just experimenting with something real quick. So we could say this is better than Phantom Knives or whatever. Oh well, absolutely. It's way better than Phantom Knives on Demon Hunter in Diablo 3. Like Phantom Knives ain't got nothing on Rain of Arrows on D4. Endeavor, what's going on? Hey, you said Phantom Knives. There's only one class I know that has that skill, and that is Demon Hunter in Diablo 3. You remember the new skip, bro? I've heard it called so many things this season. Knife spinner. Knife spinner, dagger thrower. What was it? What else was there? Knife spinner, spinning knives. Dancing knives. Yeah, I've seen it called many things more than I've seen it called like correctly this season. Rogue Whirlwind. I mean, yeah, pretty much. It's dancing knives, yes. Fan of dances. Yeah, this looks dope. Have you seen the video yet or nah? Like my video guy on this with the gameplay and like pits or whatever. It's a little different than what I do right now because I have to stop and pick up things. Whereas in the pit I can just cast a couple of rains and one rain and just run and go. Source of blood. Oh yeah, isn't the patch supposed to come out today, or isn't there like a new patch? Did that drop today, or is that like next week or so? October 29th, okay.
Yo,
DM with the raid.
We just got raided, son. You know how we do.
You know how it is.
Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
DM, what's happening, man? I saw you was playing some
Dark
Torchlight.
Microtransaction raided my stream with 360 views.
Torchlight, what was it? Torchlight for the first time. D4 Insight. You said does it matter the percent of the beast fall boost? Nope. Doesn't matter at all. The only thing you care about, honestly, is just trying to get GA movement speed on it. That's it. Everything else about the beast fall boot doesn't matter at all whatsoever. In terms of stats are concerned, I'll put it that way. And make sure I make that clear. The great fight, Nightmare, you gotta head out and alright, sir. You have a good one. That moment when you're like streaming so long and you're into something, especially something brand new, and you just kind of forget reality and bodily functions, and then like the moment like you come down to like a resting place or like, you know, some downtime, it's like, oh yeah, I really do gotta pee, don't I? And then your body's like, bro, I've been trying to tell you this all this time. You've just been ignoring me. You're ignoring me all stream. Why is movement important? Because you move faster. Don't you want to do this faster? Don't you want to, like, you know, move faster? No? I mean, let me know. I mean, if you don't want to move faster, then like, don't, then like don't, right? But I assume you want to move faster, right? Yeah. The faster you move, the faster you do stuff. That's it. And considering everything else on this booth is mostly worthless, then why not have the one GA you can get on the movement speed? Makes sense? Yeah, man. More speed equal more better. And more funner. So wait, why do you use Beast Fall Boost? To drain all of your energy. That's it. So whenever you use Flurry after the ultimate, you drain all your energy, which pulls the cooldown of random arrows like big time. It's such a stupid boot that honestly, if I could get rid of not using the boot, like if I could not use the boot, I would. Like legit, this entire boot is useless except for the first part of the unique affix. Core skills consumes all of your energy. That's the only reason why you want this boot. Everything else, trash. You can get better anywhere else. Which is why I don't like the Beast Fall boost to begin with. But because that one half of that unique affix is so important to this build that you have to take the boot. Parents, what's up? You said the lady actually is 40 years old telling a 10-year-old all sorts of nasty stuff to unalive her parents. Gotta meet Suzette. Suzette? That's like kind of a cool name. Suzette? That's cool. Doesn't ultimate CDR kind of help? Nope. Because once you have a GA random arrows cooldown, you can't drop below 10.25%. Or 10.25 seconds. So like that's the cap. You can't go below it. Meaning that once you get a GA random arrows cooldown reduction, the ultimate cooldown reduction does nothing. Plus 7 agile is 28 dodge. That's pretty useful for one FX. Well, the thing is that like enemies don't chew through my barrier. So what is there to dodge? I ran this build and pit 90s with 563 armor, which is like half, slightly over half of what you need, or under half of what you need to cap. That dodge ain't really worth that much, honestly. It's just not. But like I said, you can get dodge on like a regular boot if you wanted to. Like if you really care about it that much, you can just get dodge on a regular boot, plus dex that actually matters, maximum health that actually matters, right? And then an aspect that actually deals damage. In that case, is there another defense you can drop for more damage? Nope, I tried. I play glass cannon. I am pure glass cannon player. If I could drop more defense, if there were places where I can drop more defense for more damage, I would have done that by now, big time. So I am in my glassiest state that I can be currently, for as much damage as I possibly can get, and I still can run pit 90s at like under 600 armor. The build is tanky already, but I promise you it's not because of agile. How much damage per Dark Shroud apply to your actual damage? Well, it's all additive, so it's just a flat percent number that just gets added. It just gets added to the equation. All right, we're gonna try this thingy real quick. Zio, what's up, man? Nice transmog, thanks. First time I ever transmogged my mount too as well. Like yesterday or the day before yesterday. I felt so proud of myself, man. Ooh, my attack speed is so slow. Yeah. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna attack. I'm so used to having like 42% more attack speed. So like probably like 4 flurry breakpoints almost. I'm trying a new rogue skill, but Rainy Rails are fun. Rainy Rails is a ton of fun, man. My favorite rogue build this season. Is Saro or I forgot his name. Is Noob still there? Okay. So doing the math in my head as I'm doing these rifts, these runs. Mother's Judgment, really. It is. Actually, surprised. Huh. Okay, I seconded her 3 times and I only got her to half. That's weird. I mean, she is like the beefiest boss for no particular reason. I do wonder, am I getting my stacks? In time before I cast a Renavero. Yeah, so that went off just fine. Yeah, I wonder because like I'm so used to having that attack speed that my controlled rotation is like completely thrown off, and I'm wondering if I'm casting too many random arrows without precision stacks. Which is definitely quite possible that is happening. I'm trying to figure out what other aspect would I want. Actually, you know what I could do? Let's go to the next glyph. How's Renavero feeling? Great. Love it. Isn't it better to use a 750 amulet with passives over a 850 amulet without passives? Yeah, probably. Crap. Oh, hold on. Is there a way where to farm rawhide fast and efficiently? Boss runs, basically. Is your best bet. Let's actually do a regular glove. I still got room to do frostbitten on it, right? Yeah, I do. So I could throw frostbitten. But I will keep the whatchamacallit. So I'll keep that. But then let's do attack speed elixir there to get some of that attack speed back. And I'm not going to use the pull this time. I'm going to have to go with Warcry. For now. I'm sure I'll probably come back to the pull later, but we're gonna go back to Warcry. How much total precision passive bonus you got? I don't know, but it's a lot. Dead end for the game. I just want to see if I was gonna kill it, but I didn't. Dip into the billions. Oh, it's always billions. I'd be very upset if it wasn't hitting, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9 billion roughly. I gotta figure out this attack speed situation though. I'm so used to Starless guys that my entire rotation is being thrown off. Go back to the resource elixir. The blast wave shrine is ass now. It's probably bad. It's probably better if that is that way, especially like for like pit pushing or whatever. Because imagine having to fish also for a blast wave shrine to be able to clear the high pits. That'd be kind of annoying. Is it up? Didn't get a blast wave reset. Amongst the other things you already have to reset for. So I would say that blast wave shrine being what it is probably the safe bet. What aspect is replacing Starless? So I just threw, at least I threw on the regular glove, but whatchamacallit had a fist of fate, so I might be going back and forth between the two. But I threw Frostbitten here, and then I did Retribution on here. Where would you rank Rain of Rose? As a top 3 rogue build. Is the other Aerostorm aspect useless? It doesn't give you a multiplier. Like it doesn't increase the damage of Aerostorms at all. So that's why you don't take it. Why is everyone farming pit 101 only? XP. You remember Diablo 3, right? Where there was a certain like GR level that people were like farm that was like a lot lower than like their push ability. It's the same thing. Obviously, only Spiritborn players are farming that, one-on-ones or whatever. But yeah. Is Kyle better than Perdition? Yes, way better. For this setup. So other than wanting to like push highest tier possible, does it make a ton of sense to do an 85 over a 65? I mean, whatever you can beat in like 3 minutes roughly. That's kind of where you want to be. So if that's an 85, then do 85. If that's 65, then do 65. What's the most important stat for Fist of Fate? Well, for this particular setup, it would be the unique affix. If you do Fist of Fate here, you don't have to. It's not a requirement by any means. Nor do I really think it's best in slot per se, but it's like very comparable to a regular glove. Like very comparable. How critical is GA chance of random arrows double damage? You can't really get one. I don't think you can roll it. I have yet to see anyone actually get it. But no, it's not really critical because I mean you you get double damage from both of your swords. So just as long as you can reach 100 between the two swords and the amulet, you're fine. Anything past 100 doesn't matter. Until you're running cheap shots at the last board. So like 25% versus 20%. So even though you're Spearborn and pretty solid gear, are you playing one of the 4 broken builds or nah? And system staying in like random village build damage is great and it's fun, but I feel like it one shot if you stop moving even a second to T4. Have you capped that? Have you capped your resistances in your armor? So like, let's say if you're following a Maxroll guide or the video, I'll tell you exactly how to cap your resistances in armor. So if you're getting one-shotted, it's because you didn't cap your resistances in armor. So you probably looked at like all the stuff you wanted for damage and not anything you needed to cap your resistances. Only 30, yeah. So only 30 res means you didn't cap your resistances. So I would look through the Maxroll guide in the planner, and that shows you tips for capping resistances. Follow the guide. I don't know how to really tell you. It's like literally it's laid out for you. It tells you exactly what you need to do, like in what slots. Also, the Paragon board also helps a little bit too, and we're here. Yeah, I know that's something that people tend to overlook, but it's really important going into T4 if you're wearing the Shroud of False Death. I make it real clear that it is kind of difficult to cap your resistances. So I break it down in terms of what you should do. But it's easier to look at the planner and look at the guide than for me to tell you, okay, you want 2 grand diamonds in your gear. You want to pick up this particular Paragon node, also that particular Paragon node. You want to make sure you have her here with X skill. Like, you're not going to remember all that. That's all. I'm not being mean. I'm just saying, like, the easiest way for you to do it is to look at the guide and just follow the steps there. Like a fun build? It is. Is Royal Boss Work doing it if the week is already claimed? Yeah. Because they have a good chance of dropping one of the rare tributes or whatever. So there is that. Pretty sure to follow him. Then wondering if the roll on Beastfall really matter? Nope, it doesn't matter at all. In fact, the entire boot doesn't matter at all, except for half of the unique ethics. That's it. Everything else about the boot is, I'll say, practically useless, but it just doesn't matter at all. So I guess the thought process is this. What difference does it make if I go with Starless Skies in the regular glove versus Fist of Fate in the regular ring? Fist of Fate at 300% is roughly a 50% increase. But then, of course, you lose your crit damage and dex, right? You go to the regular ring instead of Starless. Starless is 50% as well. But you do get a lot of attack speed. So there's perks there. But you lose literally the exact same thing that you lose with going with the gloves. So it almost sounds like a trade-off. Like it's just the preference, other than like the fact that it's easier to cap your resistances if you went with regular glove and then Starless versus two legendary rings and a Fist of Fate. So I guess they both kind of have their off perks, but technically speaking, they give you the same, like legit the same multiplier at the end of the day. Which is actually quite funny that it works out that way. Like that's actually quite hilarious that it works out that way. Crafty, give me one more run and then I'll be ready. What is the minimum roll in the Umber Crux that's for it to be good? I mean, I honestly wouldn't take anything below a 6.
What's left, you ask?
It's like that now. It's like that now. You've probably been asked the same questions last 3 nights since making this build, huh? Yeah, and that's fine. Honestly, the way I look at it is like the more questions I get, the more people that are coming into the stream enjoying the content. If people stop asking questions, that tells me that no new people are coming in. Then I have the audience that already knows the answers to the questions already. So therefore, I look at that as not growing. See what I'm saying? So while it is daunting sometimes to answer lots of questions, it also means at the same time, it's like, well, if there's questions to be asked, that means I'm growing. Because people are coming to the, stream to ask said questions. So that's always a good sign. Can Upper Crux do overpower damage? I think so. But I mean, you don't really care about the Umber Crux damage itself. Like the Umber Crux itself, damage is pitiful. You're only using the Umber Crux to be able to ricochet your barrage off of. That's it. What up, Joseph? They're all way too spread out. That attack speed does make a difference in terms of just how smooth it feels. Wait, what happened? Why did I just stop casting all of a sudden? Weird. Like I guess legit just stopped. I just stopped casting like for like a good 2 or 3 seconds. I'm just like, wait a minute, I'm hitting right click. What's going on? I'm literally I'm like literally just clicking the crap out of it. All right, Crafty, I'm ready. Or I guess whenever you're ready.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Too busy watching Freddy hit the hit that walk off grand slam. I haven't been able to keep up with that in the recent, unfortunately. And then in road builds, there are quick boss codes at the moment. Most of them. Most of the... Yeah, I mean, any road build that can smash T4 will smash bosses. Like, within like 7 or 8 seconds or whatever. Or less. So, Rapid Fire, Dance of Knives, Rain of Arrows, Barrage, Heartseeker. Even Flurry. Flurry and Overpower Flurry. They all do. They all do it.
Thank you.
Machine's supposed to carry in D3, but he late. That took way longer than it should have. Apache, what's going on? So what's up with Frost Feeder? Well, that's the thing. We don't really know. All we know is that for whatever strange reason is giving us a little bit more damage than it's giving more damage than it's supposed to. It's not like a ton more, but it's a noticeable bit over like a similarly over a glyph that would technically be stronger. So like we don't know the like what the exact thing is causing it. The hypothesis is that that the 20% increased chill effect might be just a flat out 20% increased multiplicative damage versus chilled enemies. So that's what we're thinking is happening. Which if they're frozen gets applied to 40%. So like we're thinking it's kind of like a juiced up control lift in a sense. But like that's just the hypothesis. Like that's the theory. I can't like prove that that's the case. But that's what we believe is happening. But yeah. And following your rapid fire in-game road build on Maxroll is super good and super fun. Thank you for the building content. Have a good one, man. Thanks, Cody. I'm glad you enjoy. Apache, what's happening, dude?
All finished, are you?
That line gets me every time. I don't think there's anything else I might want to consider. This actually might be worth because technically speaking, if precision is being procced off of skills in general, technically speaking, decrepify is a skill. So that might actually help me be able to spam Rain of Veils and still be able to keep my precision stacks while attempting to do more of a 1-to-1 instead. If so, that would be a pretty big damage boost. Big if though, but that'd be interesting.
Well, hello, shining beauty. Bastardly hello. Too bad, friend. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Well, shame that. Hello. Well, hello, shining. Not a bastardly ghost. Hello. Well, there's something special.
Grass of Shadow. So bad of an item.
How shall I guide my hammer? I'll keep my
Almost every night I'm watching and playing below on the second screen. Awesome, awesome. Hope you're enjoying. Turtle Hop was going on. I say, hope I'm having a good night. That's a pretty Oh wait, Crafty, did you just invite me? I like just got into it. Sorry. Give me like 3 minutes. So I guess every ultimate cast should be a decrepify, right? Yeah. So it should proc precision, or it should give me a precision stack every time I cast an ultimate. I wonder if it gives me that. I'm gonna have to like check in the Kyova Shad, like do some testing, because if it does, that actually is quite a big deal. Because I also get damage reduction and execute. Cause yeah, if I can do a 1-to-1 more often, like because of that, like that was pretty good, actually. Don't even think I even got the ads out. Yeah, I think unless I know the meteorites don't proc it, but if it did, if I can get like 3-minute 85s, yeah, pretty much. If I really pay attention, I could probably do 2.5 85s. Like if I like truly decide to like, you know, do a really good one cast of Rain and Arrow and move from path to path and like really pay attention, it's like 2.5 roughly, like almost every time. So let's see. Okay, so it does. Let's do it again. Okay, so yeah, so it does add 1 stack of a precision every time I cast. Freaking buff bar, that was annoying. I can't see it now, unfortunately. Oh, there it is. Buff bar again. It keeps disappearing. I can't even see it. All right, so I wonder if I swapped out the if I did POC on the other one. So random variables to self-generate. It does. So on the first hit, it does. Yes. So the idea is hopefully if Rain of Arrows gives me a stack and Decrepify gives me a stack, then Flurry will give me 2 stacks each time I cast. So ideally, what ends up happening is by the time Rain of Arrows hits, over time, like on the boss or whatever, that you'll get 2 stacks, 1 from Rain of Arrows, 1 from Decrepify, and then 2 stacks from Flurry. So you should be able to, in theory, do a 1-to-1 ratio on like a boss over time like that, and not lose precision stacks, which would be a massive increase in your output. Frost Nova takes too much offering, but Meteorites might trigger it. I don't know. Like if Meteorites trigger it separately, like if you can like cast multiple meteors per whatchamacallit, that'd be cool. Actually, I wonder if Spirit Wolves actually do it. Like, can Spirit Wolves like generate precision per hit? Meteorite's not a skill. But remember, this game, this game's tooltips makes no sense. So it actually might work. How Rain of Arrows compared to Dev Trap in terms of pushing pit? Rain of Arrows has a higher ceiling, mainly because it's a precision build. All precision setups are going to naturally have a higher ceiling because Kyle and Nameless and trick attacks basically. You guys haven't really seen any like Rain of Arrows pushes because like I'm one of the very few people that are actually like playing the build and probably have decent gear for it. And because I don't like pushing, then you haven't seen any results. But if I chose to push, you know, with my current gear, I'm pretty sure like a 104 before I get sick and tired of pushing. But it'll probably cap out around 107, 108 with like Korean gear and like many hours of fishing. That can be you. You can do that if you want. Is Arrow Storm considered an ultimate? No. Miss, appreciate the follow. What about stun grenades? You know what? Well, stun grenades wouldn't be considered a skill. It's still a proc. But, I mean, we can try all those different things. Why not? Like, I mean, there's legit no reason to try, right? But decrepify is just yeah, exactly, just multiple of them. So like maybe each one might proc the precision stack. And if so, that would be like insanely good, like very good. Miss with the Prime Gaming, appreciate you. Renovator's doing great. It is. It looks like I might have to make some more videos this season. Like, if there's some like cool new stuff to talk about for Renovator's, I might have to make a new video to talk about it, or even just explaining like the rotations and stuff for Renovator's or something. Cause like, the idea of everyone kind of like wanting to skip stacking precision stacks is like usually never a good idea. But most players don't know that they're skipping it. because they're really not used to like, you know, that mechanic.
What's left, you ask?
Who are we missing? Let me go ahead and put this other stuff up real quick. Jeff with the sub, appreciate you. I'm back, but also behind what's been going on in D4. Well, we have an expansion pack now and season 6. So pretty good, I would say. There are some issues, for sure, for certain, but overall pretty good. Sorry, I know you guys are waiting on me. Look at all of us invisible boys right here. The Invisi crew. The Stealth crew. Stealth Nominus. The Stealth Society. Would Doombringer be something you would consider if you want to start pushing a pit? No. Doombringer is less. It gives you less damage. It gives you lots and lots and lots of toughness, but you lose quite a bit of damage. So it's kind of the opposite of what you want in pushing pits, unless you simply just can't survive. And if you can't survive, you still wouldn't do a Doombringer because you just lose too much damage. Only reason I would ever suggest a Doombringer is if you're playing hardcore and you want to push. That's it. But I mean, Vortex is a skill, so it reduces stacks. It does, but Vortex is also more expensive. It's like what, 250? Timer gun. So that means every other Rain of Arrow cast you will proc Vortex, versus like decrepify, you're proccing another class skill every Rain of Arrows, so it matches with your 1-to-1 rotation if you can get it. So we need cheap offerings, if that makes sense, to be able to make a center, like to make a sync with the spamming. How's the rune system? It's alright. It's alright. It's not bad, but it's kind of vanilla. I don't think it really adds too much to the game in this current state. But there's room for that to grow. But at the moment, I think it's more of a gimmick than anything. Especially for those who like Diablo 2. It was one of those things where it's like, hey, we can get those guys in by telling them we got runes now, right? But it doesn't really have the same oomph as the D2 rune wards did. Which I guess is a good and bad thing. Sometimes you don't want like completely broken rune wards, but at the same time, I feel like some of the rune wards we have right now, or whatever you want to call them, it's just really, really uninteresting. So, but at least it's something. It's something. I mean, so they can only go up from here, basically. Is Flurry viable? Yes. I blink in 6 months happen. What skill from what class would you want to steal from for Rogue? Well, Warcry is very popular on Rogue. And Vortex is also very pretty popular on Rogue as well. Vortex and Spiritborn. Oh, and decrepify, which is a necro skill, is also like quite nice on some builds. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. So if I'm doing decrepify, I forgot that's another class skill, right? So I really should be using this instead of Pac. I can proc that way better now for the Vex or whatever. Way better. Not quite the same as ours. So the thing is Jeffrey, the idea was for them not to do a carbon copy D2 runes. So basically, they took the idea of the rune word system and like try to fit it into the D4 universe, not like, you know, so I wouldn't kind of say, is it like D2 in this aspect or that aspect and this aspect? Like, the only similarities is that you can kind of have other classes skill and abilities using like a ritual and an invocation. That's probably the only thing that they share in common with D2 rune words. What about going full dex instead of runes? Probably not on Reign of Arrows, because we don't have any way to get percent dex. So like if you got like a GA percent dex, that technically could be an option for some builds, but because we have a Word of Hakan, then that's definitely not an option. Do I miss Kanai's cube? A little bit, but I wouldn't like it. I liked it in D3 because of the fact that like your 6-piece sets took up all of like half of your gear and stuff. So the Kanai's cube allowed you to be able to get legendaries you normally would not be able to get otherwise. Or you know, or legendary fixes or whatever you wouldn't get otherwise. But in D4, if a cube ever came to D4, I'd probably want it to be a little bit different than how it worked in like D3. So like the concept is the same, kind of having like maybe 1 or 2 extra slots for something, but it doesn't have to necessarily be like you know, legendary aspects. It could be something different. I don't really know what, but keep the concept, find a more interesting way of being able to like plug it. Heartseeker stronger this season versus the Heartseeker build from last season? Well, it's kind of hard to say that because the way that the scaling works in the expansion right now versus last season is just different overall. So there is no one-to-one comparison where it's like, oh well, given everything being the exact same, which one was stronger? It's kind of hard. Like the game is a bit different than it was last season. I'd probably say that even with those things being different, I would say season 6 Heartseeker is stronger than season 5's Heartseeker. But you also got to remember it's relative to all the other builds too that you also have gotten either stronger or weaker. When to throw grandfather and cubies in on Rogue. Precision builds. Am I feeling good today? I'm doing good. Kind of just chillaxing at the moment. Playing with some friends. Well, one friend, and then I guess he got to others from I don't know if those are his friends or like people other people he found to do these with. I think you should round us with too many accent folks up to first. I don't know who any of these people are, honestly.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Which is fine. I don't care. I legit don't care. That doesn't bother me. Don't gatekeep. I mean, my friends just have a cap though, right? I mean, if I could fit everybody in, I would. But you know, there do be a cap. There do be a cap. No, that's more like Ebonics. Every now and then I you know. Don't let Blizzard dictate.
Greetings. How shall I? Still got some. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. Sana, what's going on?
Wait, did my whatchamacallit run out? It did. We got a blood. Are y'all doing some backroom trades? Dispersing green mac. Okay. Sana, what builds did you play last season?
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need, better than starting from nothing.
The chill stream. Yes, sir. We keep it relaxing around here. Keeping it real chill right now because I literally just doing some boss farming with a friend, which is also good for master. Do you think you may revisit and refine Heartseeker this season? You mean like past the one I already have on Maxroll right now, or on the YouTube right now? So I don't really think there's really much more I can do on that. There are some things I want to try, but I think honestly I'm probably gonna have to wait until mid-season to see what they do in terms of buffs for classes or whatever. Like let's say for instance, let's say they buff close quarters combat because it's like, well, really bad right now. Like if they buff that, there's a chance for like a DPS Heartseeker build where you're not relying on the victimized procs, and then Penguin just comes back into the equation. But as it stands right now, you kind of can't because whatchamacallit doesn't scale. Like close quarters combat stuff with close damage and whatever like that doesn't scale multiplicatively like the other key passives do. That's the only reason why I didn't attempt Heartseeker outside of Victimize this season. Most of Andy's Puncture were Lightning Spear on Sork and Landslide on Druid. Okay. You picked three good builds on 3 different classes each season. I see. Yo, Landslide was actually a lot of fun on Druid. I did a pure Landslide though. I didn't really too much care for the Lightning version, but the pure Landslide was a lot of fun. You hoping for set items? You really want set items to come back? Like the D3 set items? How come? Just out of curiosity. Maxroll guy for Heartseeker shows preparation. Is that wrong? Nope, that is right. What do you feel like it should be? Yeah, it's preparation so that for you can get your rain arrows off a cooldown. You can cast it so you can proc no witness and some other stuff. You should make a Frostborn Doombringer lucky hit build. Unfortunately, that would be pretty awful on Rogue right now. Yeah, I mean, Rogues don't really scale like that kind of damage that well. Like Barbarians do, Sorks do, but Rogues are really only good at like proccing something a jillion times, not necessarily scaling that damage or the damage itself. That's why Andarius was so good on Rogue, is because Andarius had like, you know, high output itself, and all we had to do was just hit it a bunch of times for it to scale. That's it, mainly. But like taking like a lower percentage flat damage type proc skill or whatever, yeah, Rogues are not good at doing. Make Rogue great again. D3 assists are great when you don't want to pick 70% of your items. What's the rune I'm trying out right now? Decrepify. I'm gonna go revisit after I start doing boss rotas or whatever. I'm going to kind of see if there's any other, like, I guess bugs, like if Meteorite is proccing precision or whatever when it isn't supposed to. But if it is, then, or if the Spirit Wolves are proccing precision, which would be quite hilarious if they did. Gonna test a couple of other things, but the idea is if I can get something else to kind of help proc precision stacks, then that will allow me to do like a closer to 1-to-1 ratio of Flurry Rain of Arrows per se, and get more Rain of Arrows out while still proccing precision on every Rain of Arrows. That's the key. It's not being able to do 1-to-1 is not hard. It's actually rather easy. You can just throw in the Shaco and like legit just do 1-on-1 all day, or Crown and do 1-on-1 all day. But doing 1-on-1 doesn't necessarily mean that you actually proc your precision on your Rain of Arrows, and therefore you deal shit damage every other Rain of Arrows, which is bad. So what Rune am I trying? I forgot what it's called. It's Decrepify though. I keep forgetting. Oh, Watt. Can you fit in a Surge Temper? Technically, yes. Like literally any Surge Temper. I might have to like masterwork my amulet a little bit different though, to cover for the double damage thing. But I certainly can. Yeah, I can proc precision too as well. Okay. So question: does different Surge Tempers do it? Like, so if you have like one that's like physical, and like another one that's like poison. Like, would they proc independently? But yeah, that's a good thought though. You said yes? Okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be able to make that happen anyways, because I would be missing out on the double damage part of it. But I can at least get one, I think. Yeah, so I think that, I mean, that with, yeah, I guess I got some things to experiment with. I put it that way. But yeah. Pick your rain of arrows. Build, but with the Natalia, don't you think that would be fun? So it's not necessarily the. So here's the thing, Dion. What I don't like about sets in D3 is the fact that it took 6 pieces of your gear, basically. At 5 if you use Warrior Ring, but like it took half of your gear slots. And it's basically half of your gear slot. It took half of your gear slots for Blizzard to tell you what to do, basically. So it says, hey, now, so once you put this 6-piece set on, the skill that you've been trying to build around that dealt no damage, now all of a sudden deals 500,000% damage. Now you're like, oh, okay, well, great. You know, I guess now I can only use this skill with this set. And that's it. Now 6 pieces of my gear is taken up to be able to make one skill good. And it's like, there's no creativity. So like, all of a sudden half my gear is gone to make one skill be like ridiculously like super stronger than something else, and Blizzard gets to choose the skill for you. It's like only this skill on this set does 500,000% more damage. And I was like, okay, well, great. That sounds fun, I guess. 6 pieces for that, like that's what that is. Okay. Isn't that what we're doing now? Not necessarily. No. I mean, the thing is, we still get to kind of choose between which ones we want and don't want, per se. Like, the gap isn't that big. So, like, let's say if I don't want to go, for example, I don't want to use I have Frostbitten here. It should be, I forgot to change that out, actually. What should that be? Retribution. That should be Retribution. Anyways, so I'm glad I looked at this. So let's say I don't want to do Frostbitten or I don't want to do Conceited. Well, my damage doesn't fall off a cliff if I choose not to. I can still go something else. It may not be as effective, but it won't be like, oh, I go from dealing, 10,000 damage to dealing 4 trillion damage. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not that. So you technically have more room to be able to fiddle around with something you may or may not like. Like, I mean, you can still swap this out for a Fist of Fate and be like, oh, that's still pretty effective. But if that glove was part of a set, you couldn't do it. Because you would lose 500,000% damage to a particular skill that Blizzard wants you to play. And I think that, to me, in my opinion, that is silly design. Easy, just have 26 sets per class. Have a set for every skill, basically. Okay, that's a great point. I never noticed it that way. I guess because we have the cube. So the cube honestly did help that a little. So I will be honest, the cube did help it a little bit. But we were still kind of pigeonholed into like exactly the build we had to play. So like, let's say you want to play Natalia, because you brought up Natalia's, right? So let's say I'm going to play Natalia's, but only Spike Traps gets buff on Natalia. So I have a whole 6-piece set that is only based around Spike Traps. So in order for me to use that set and all the other bonuses, I have to play Spike Traps. I don't have a choice because completely terrible if I didn't have Spike Traps. So I'm stuck with one skill that's good and 6 pieces of gear taken away. You see what I'm saying? So you end up losing creativity rather just for the sake of having something cool like a green armor piece that makes you feel good when you actually complete the set. Now completing the set, I'll be honest, does feel good. But that's about as far as it goes. In my opinion. You know, having sets will make it easier to balance. Oh no, you're right. You're right. You're exactly right. That's the reason why they did that. That's literally the reason why they did that. Like 100%, that's the reason why they did that. Because if they can control the builds that are in the game, then they get to tune the builds that they made. Right? Because they know that they're the ones that created that build, and you cannot. There isn't so much you can do outside of that other than like find bugs related to that build in which they created. Right? Which doesn't really allow much player freedom, but it does allow them to be able to hopefully balance things. But if you realize, if you play D3 long enough, that they didn't really do that great job of balancing sets. Only in the recent, like maybe a year and a half, the past year and a half, 2 years, has it been kind of decent in terms of set balances. And it's still not great, but it's the closest they've ever gotten. And that's with them controlling the builds that we play. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, so Heist, you're right. Like in the bubble, you're right. You know, they did what they did on, you know, obviously on purpose with the sets. But I mean, my thing is, got a transmod though. That's like so cool. I need to buy the expansion because of your build. No, you don't need the expansion to play this build. Like at all whatsoever. The runes are not necessary for this build to work. But is there really freedom in this game? People don't play weak builds with sets, items, or not. People go the same way. I mean, the thing is that like the difference is in this game, again, if you don't want to use one or two aspects, again, your character doesn't become completely useless. Whereas if I choose to not use one piece of this set, like everything dies. Like you can't even clear like hard difficulty, let alone like GR 120 or GR 130. Like the difference is drastic. Like Spiritborn versus other classes is drastic. So imagine having a 6-piece set, right? You complete the 6-piece set, all of a sudden you deal damage like Spiritborn, right? But the moment that you take off one piece of that set, you are now a rogue. How much fun is that? Like relative power, how much fun is that? Well, okay, that's fair. Rogue itself is still fun, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not cool to watch your damage go from quintillions to the low billions because you didn't want to use all 6 pieces of the set, but only 5. That's all I'm saying. But obviously, I think Rogue is fun. I mean, you already seen me play Rogue, so y'all know. Y'all know what I meant. You give me a hard time. You think you want to throw hands? He said, "We love you, buddy." I don't know, man. Heist trying to beat me up, man. Bruno, what's going on? D2 was great with sets. A couple of pieces were equipped and had nice synergies. So I won't say all D3 sets were bad. I'm kind of like crapping on D3 a little too hard there. I will say that the 3-piece sets were great. Like the All Guild sets and the Guardian set, Captain Crimson sets, like all three of those sets were good. Like those were really good design sets. There were 3-piece sets that gave you like some really nice bonuses or whatever, but they weren't necessary, but they could be good for like certain builds or whatever. Like that, like those kind of sets, I would not mind in D4. That's fine. You know, I'll take a Captain Crimson like variant, version in D4 any day, or a Guardian version any day. But just please no 6-piece sets. It's all I ask. That's all I ask. You really wish every class has as much build variety as Necro does this season? I will almost actually say that Rogue actually does have that kind of build variety this season. And Rogues are usually the class with the most build variety in terms of the class itself per season, which is why people kind of get the idea. It's like, oh yeah, Rogue is fine per se because there's so many builds that work well, but the class design, like the class design of Rogue in general needs a bit of help. Blizzard be like, we got you, die. 9 pieces. Nah, man. Leslie, what's going on? I am not gonna lie. The Rogue is no Demon Hunter. I want that carrot, bro. Man, I'm telling you, man. Hey, there's Monkey Man. I think he hangs in my chat a bit. Yeah. So I think here's my gripe with Rogue right now. Currently, like they decided to try to make this hybrid class. A class that has daggers. Throw stab some things, throw a dagger, shoot an arrow, zip around. That was the idealistic thing that the devs probably had in their head when they created the Rogue. Thinking, oh, well, you'll just use a couple of things from this part of the skill tree and then that part of the skill tree and like make a bunch of different things work. And it failed miserably. Miserably. Because we don't do that, because you can't do that, because there's just not enough gear slots or pieces or whatever to be able to make true hybrid builds on Rogue. You just cannot do that. Like we had Flurry rapid fire for a little while. But even then, like that's probably the closest to a hybrid that we've gotten. And now we can't even do that anymore or even get close to that whatsoever. So honestly, what I wish they would have done or would do in the future is just split the class up. Like make Rogue the assassin class, right? Like just make him assassin. Like get rid of all the bow skills or whatever on this class and give him some more cutthroat skills, assassin-y skills, right? And then like just add the Demon Hunter or Amazon or something, and give that class like bows and like javelins or whatever, like, and make it a true range class. Like that would go over so much better in my opinion, rather than basically like destroying half of like the archetype just so therefore we can try to have a hybrid thing. You just hate melee class? Actually, I kind of feel more so for melee than range, because there's more range skills technically. There's more range core skills than melee core skills. So the reality is, it's the melee that's actually getting the shaft. To be honest with you, more of the shaft than like the bow stuff is. I mean, they don't get me wrong, they both are getting shafted, but melee is getting shafted more than ranged. So I mean, I'm trying to help the melee. I would could have Javazon back in D4. I don't even know what a Javazon is, but I've heard good things about it, and like in D2. So I would love to experience with whatever that is, as long as I can do it from a distance, like range. If I'm throwing javelins, that sounds great to me. Did a test on Tech Room. The bar's Earthquake does give 1 stat to precision. Yeah, that makes sense because Earthquake is an actual skill. So that, yeah, that makes sense. How do you play without Unstoppable? I'm kind of used to knowing which stuff actually crowd controls me, and I avoid it a lot. So like I'm aware. Like I'm very aware, like well aware of what the crowd controls are, and I just make sure I don't get hit a lot by it. Generally, that's really the only thing I can really say. Sometimes I do get caught in like chilling wind or whatever, like that catches me every now and then because I'll just like dash right into it and I'm like crap, but. Is it wrong decade? Squishio, what's going on? Yeah, it really is a just don't get hit thing, but you have to like know like what what the dangers are, basically, like what's dangerous and what's not. And that kind of gives you more opportunities or options to kind of do other things that you might not otherwise be able to do. Sorry, Crafty. Why is the Sork Meteor build so we can D4? That was a fun build in D3. Well, keep in mind, D-Hun, that Meteor in D3 wasn't always good. In fact, it spent way more years being bad than actually being good. So it took a while before Meteor was actually like decent or like godlike or whatever. Not saying that should be the same case in D4, but I'm just saying like, yeah, sure, Meteor was good in D3, but that hasn't always been the case. It's been good for like 2 out of like 12 years. Pro X said, I'd hit up Llama and go play a Javazon in D2. You won't regret it. Well, that's the thing, though. Llama's chat didn't like me when I was in there asking questions about Diablo stuff, Diablo 2 stuff. Because the chat, I guess, smelled the fact that I didn't. This was like when I first played D2R for the first time. Well, if I can't get, if he doesn't see my question because his chat is literally like bagging on me for not being a D2 player initially, then like how am I going to get information from him? What am I going to do? DM him? Like his community was so anti new player that it just like wasn't even worth it after that point. And you would think that the community would be like, yo, he's actually trying to play some D2, bro. Like, bro, he's trying to be one of us, bro. Come on in, bro. We got you. You would think that would be more like that kind of thing, right? Because it's like you want more people playing your game, right? That would seem to be the thought process, right? You would think so. You would want to grow your scene still, but it was the exact opposite. It's like, why did you even play D3 in the first place? You're, you're whatever. Don't be coming over here after like playing this game for X. I mean, it was just like, it was just real bad. It was like, bro, like, I'm trying to learn so I can understand why y'all find this so much fun. So I'm trying to learn from y'all. And I hear, you know, Llama's obviously, you know, really good. So it's like, this makes sense to be here to ask the questions, right? At least that's my thought process. And that was a bad idea, apparently. How dare you not know everything about D2 already when you're approaching a D2 stream? Was kind of the vibe. And the funny thing about it is that it wasn't just his stream or his community. There were 2 others that were like that, although his was the worst. I won't mention the other 2 content creators over that. I'm actually pretty like cooler with them. But yeah, the worst was definitely Llama's community. And like Llama himself wasn't bad. Like he wasn't, you know, he didn't really seem like divisive or dismissive, whatever. He wasn't egging it on, but he was allowing it to happen. I'm just like, all right, bro, I'm out. I'm out. The one thing I would never do in my chat is allow anyone to belittle a new player for not knowing anything about D4. Like, I won't allow that. I don't care. Like, you're not going to do that here. New to the stream, it's refreshing to see something other than Spiritborn. What am I farming at the moment? Honestly, I don't even know. It's mainly just mats at the moment. I'm just playing with a friend. Cool character fit, thanks. Just watching Crafty shoot his bow 1 time per boss for a while. Bro, I'm just trying to get my Rune arrows to hit the target before it dies. So I have to like precast it like 5 minutes early. Before he kills it. Uncle dropped up a poop emoji free. You did it. Right,
Yo, Dark Side,
with the raid.
we just got raided, son. You know how
I gotta
we
do the dance.
Drop
And
my
then
new beat for
TPL.
these new viewers.
Oh no, I'm just a part of it.
Sheezy, out.
Racker
What's
raided
going on,
my
sir?
stream with 986 viewers.
Why did we spawn another Zir? That's weird. Bro, why did we spawn another Zir? Okay, I guess we gotta kill him because I can't pour it out. What up, Riker? What's going on? Appreciate the raid, sir. Oh wow, you just like pop me. Our resistance is not capped though. So like, yeah, I am going to sell all this stuff. I don't know how people leave stuff on the ground. Like I never have enough mats to leave stuff on the ground and not salvage. Like at all. I'm always broke. Are Endario bills dead? Yeah. I mean, you can play Endarios on Spiritborn if you want. But on Rogue, they're pretty much dead, yes. We are here. If you want to play like it, if you like Andarios, just play Barrage. Like just play the like victimized barrage. It's technically the same as that thing. I think what people don't realize is that it's legit the same thing. It's like you're building around the proc just like you did in Dario's. Like it has the same amount of AoE in terms of like the proc range itself. The only difference, and you technically take poison imbuement so you can scale some other benefits. So it still looks green. The only difference is that it doesn't do damage over time. It just does big burst damage. So if you like Andariel's, just legit play Victimized Barrage. It's practically the same thing. Boo, green is the worst color. The change with Andy's Rogue, it's more so other stuff just got better. And some of the I'm gonna say stat crunch, but like glyph crunch that they did end up affecting Andy's more than some of the other builds. And they also added an internal cooldown apparently on Andy's for Rogue for stability issues, so that also didn't help. To be more efficient to not salvage if you're using opals. The boss would net you. Really? Is that? You mean like material opals? I actually didn't know that actually. That's interesting. That must be like because of the most recent buff to the opal, right? Because that wasn't always the case, right? All these runes. Yeah, I got those. Although you do, I guess you do have to salvage at some point, or otherwise your items like start becoming missing, right? And if you are looking for something, that would be kind of bad. Like I'm not looking for anything in this, like on this boss or whatever. Like if you were fighting Vershawn, different story, but like on this boss, I'm not. So like I can leave stuff on the ground and it's totally all right if I'm missing anything, but. What's better for Victimized Barrage, Malice or Frigid? They're both very important, but Malice is is a little bit better because it double dips. With Barrage, work reverse bursting venoms like Pen Shot would spread the poison everywhere. You don't really want to do bursting venoms. Like it doesn't really it doesn't offer you anything in the Victimized Barrage build. The only reason why you wanted it. I'll just leave it at that. I got all these lack runes I can't pick up. Do I use Trust D trade at all? I don't really trade. Honestly, like at all. I have yet to go on any trade sites since this game has been out. But that's just a personal choice. Not that there's anything wrong with any of the sites or anything. It's just a matter of I like finding the stuff in the game usually myself. Or like if I'm like have a friend or something like that has something and he wants to trade this for that, like I'm cool with that. But the idea of sitting on a third party site and like, you know, like looking over that and those kind of things just doesn't really like sit well with me per se, even if it is the best way to find the good stuffs. Like I wish, like if the game had like an auction house, like an in-game auction house, like I would love that. Like I would much prefer like not having to leave the game to sell gear or trade gear or whatever. I mean, let's be honest, it's freaking 2024, right? It's 2024. And the best we can do with trading is legit third-party websites still. Is getting out of the game, private messaging someone, adding them to the friends list, get into the game, go into the same town, open the window, then trade. It's 2024, and that's what we're doing. Hey, does anyone find anything strange about that? It's just like, bro, like, why is trading so archaic still? It's like, I don't understand. Before you just need to copy last epoch system. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. Did the earlier Diablos have an auction house? Well, Diablo Immortal actually has a marketplace, which is actually pretty good. Diablo 3 had an auction house. It had problems of its own. But I do think that if the real money part of it wasn't there, I think they could have continued something like that with like maybe a better search filter or something. But the fact of the matter is people kind of just made the assumption that the items were tuned, like the item drop rate was tuned to the auction house. And even though Blizzard continues to deny it, like Wyatt Chain says, no, that wasn't the case. It's really difficult not or to believe him because the drop rate for anything remotely decent was abysmally low. That the only thing that, like the only people who had items were like botters, basically. And so the only thing you can do is basically play the market and try to snipe stuff that was being sold for underprice. And then flip it to make enough gold to buy what you really want. That was D3. Well, at least vanilla D3, I put it that way. D2 had great auction room. No, I just think, I just think, like I said, it is a little baffling to me how like that hasn't really. I'm sure there are other things that they do need to fix, like duping, real dupes and fake dupes exist in this season. Yeah, there's a difference between the two. There are real dupes, there are real items. They're real fake items and then actual fake items right now this season. Right. So I know there are things you really need to fix before you implement something like a marketplace, but man, like I don't know. Yeah, they're real. They're actual. They're dupes and then fake dupes, or at least there were. Blizzard has done a lot of banning. Said things or whatever, but yeah. Toys, what's going on? What's better, 1 GA Malice or 2 Malice? More frigid. I would say 2 Malice, 1 frigid, assuming that you don't have any other passives on the first amulet you mentioned. Was a fake dupe item that basically an item that was already duped but doesn't really exist. So it looks real in the trade window, but then it's not after the trade actually happens. Like the item just doesn't actually exist. but to the person looking at it in the trade window, it looks like it exists. So when they make the transaction, it's like, okay, cool, I'm actually trading for said duped item I was looking for, and then it disappears because it technically didn't exist. What's the build? This is Rain of Arrows. I'm gonna do some cool stuff and pretty soon. For those who may not have seen this setup or whatnot. Yeah, but the mats do be going crazy though, I ain't gonna lie. Mats be matting right now, yeah. Just time it perfect so they think you one shot. Oh man. Like that. It looked like my arrow was the one that did it. Crafty. So Blizzard management is scared of because of how it went with D3 real money option nows. I'm sure. Like, I'm sure. But I mean, they were pretty successful with the marketplace in Diablo Immortal, which was after the D3 debacle with that auction house race. So it's not like they don't have the ability to do that and do it pretty well. But then again, Diablo Immortal is an MMO, so typically marketplace are looked at differently than the way the action RPGs are. So there is that factor. I wish could push further in Piss, Barrage, or Knives. I'm playing Knives, but I'm thinking they're taking the Barrage. Honestly, I don't know. I would assume Dance of Knives be like maybe a tier or two higher, like 1 or 2 tiers higher. But I think the thing is, because I would say, what is your goal? What is your goal to try to hit in pits? Because there's going to be a certain point of pits where if you're not willing to like fish for like 7 to 8 hours for a single clear, like a single high clear, then you're going to have a terrible time on no matter what build you play. Because there's going to be a ceiling that you hit, and you're going to have to do the same thing no matter what build you play. So unless you like the activity of fishing, I would probably base a build you want to play based on how much fun you're having on all of the content. That's just my my advice. And I'm saying that not as someone who also doesn't really too much like pushing pits. I'm saying it as a content creator who has had to explain what pit pushing is, so people actually understood what was going on. And then after explaining it, how disappointed the players were after I said what it is you had to do, because it's not really explained anywhere. So I'm just kind of putting that out there. But if you like Dance of Knives, I mean, I see no reason to make the switch at all, unless you just don't like playing Dance of Knives. You play Andaria last season? Oh, well, I mean, Barrage, like, Victimized Barrage is technically Andaria, it's just without the poison. Without the poison, like, dot. It's just burst. So I guess you really would enjoy that actually a lot. But if you're going to do it, just make sure that you know that you're doing it because you want to do it, not because you think you're going to push, like, 10 tiers higher or something, because that won't be the case. Have played your build for a few days, love it, but nothing feels strong when you play with Spiritborn. Oh, well, of course, yeah. You have to. The moment that you choose to play a different class, you've already like conceded the fact that you're just gonna actually have to try to do stuff as any other class. Like stuff actually requires a little bit of work and actual progression. Yeah, like. So as long as you know that, you know, go for it. You know, any other class, whatever like that, go for it. Quill Volley, Rune, Diablo form. I think there's a lot more than just Quill Volley on Spiritborn. Quill Volley is a symptom, not the root. You need GA Max Life, GA Impetus Amulet? Nah, I'm good. But I appreciate it though. I mean, it is, and I'm kidding. I love Quill Volley. Appreciate the follows, y'all. I'm not going to lie. I do not like Dance of Knives. There will be a crowd of players who don't like the snapshotting part of things. Speaking of which, dang it, he's not in chat. C6, yeah, C6 is not in chat, is he? I have a GA weapon mastery, a Shear's dagger that I'm not quite sure what to do with. Are there road builds that use overpower damage? Yeah, overpower Flurry, but good luck like actually building one. It's like one of the hardest builds to actually put together in the game. As in like, it's not worth the effort. Unless you know what you're doing with trading and you got connections and you know some friends who know some friends who know people. And even then, you might get half of what you need. Pint Sass, what's going on? Appreciate the prime. It's like it's Quill Volley to put a whole S+ tier for Spiritborn on Maxroll. Oh yeah, I know. Yep, we did. I advocated for putting Spiritborn in its own tier. Because it's just the difference between Spiritborn's top builds and other classes is just way too big. In fact, I honestly don't think S+ is enough. I really don't. I don't think S+ is enough. Like it needs to be like S+++ or Ultra S+, Super S+ times Ultra, like something that makes it just just extremely obvious that there's that big of a difference. Because when people think S+ and then S, they're thinking, okay, S+ is like a little bit better than S. Like no, not a little bit. Like 100,000 times better. Literally 100,000 times better than what's in S tier. Call it God tier. Yeah, I guess you could. I guess that would be better than S plus tier. Yeah. I'll see if I can get Woody to rename it to God tier. Just name it Broken tier. God tier probably sounds better though. Maxroll should just put Spiritborn in S tier and then drop all the other builds to the D tier. Technically, in terms of like the damage output, yeah, I mean that's kind of accurate. Basically, D tier starts. DT is where all the builds would start relative to your Spiritborn builds. Maxroll. You have to put a build. Just put Rogue DT. The class. Like, don't even name builds. Just still the class. T comes after S, so T tier, top tier. You can completely complete all content on the variable. Well, yeah, I think the idea, Raven, is to just indicate the damage difference between Spiritborn and all the other classes. When one class is dealing 100,000% more damage than you are, one tier doesn't cut it. Technically, like if you like the reality of it, like if you really want to be honest, like the difference between one tier is not 100,000% damage. Like, that's way more than one tier. That's like you have to invent bad tiers. Like invent new letters for bad tiers just to be able to accurately represent what Spiritborns are doing versus other classes. But yes, you're right in terms of like the actual content in the game, like in terms of T4 content, you're right. You're absolutely right. There are a lot of builds that can smash T4 content with no issues. The tier list is about comparing builds to other builds. So it's not necessarily just about the content at that point. It's about like the class strength in general. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, what is this build's or this build's strength relative to another build's strength in a sense, regardless of the content. I can't believe they had a vote on X whether or not to fix the buzz. Why do you want to just leave and completely bust we're one phase of one type of content? Easy, Raven. Think about this. Think about this for a second. Think about it a second. When you make a poll asking 80% of the player base who play Spiritborn right now, do you want your stuff to get fixed? Or do you want to continue having fun with your broken stuff? When the majority of people are playing Spiritborn, what do you think the answer is going to be? That's the reason why I don't even know why that poll even exists. Like seriously, like that's about as obvious as like making the poll for Rax and saying, should Rax eat tacos or not? Yes or no? Like I mean, realistically speaking, you think Rax gonna say no? I'm just saying. Like, you're asking an ultimate taco lover should he eat tacos. Like, I mean, you know, I mean that's about as, you know. So yeah, you're asking a majority Spiritborn player, like player base, take your fun toys away. Is what technically they would say in a sense. Now some of them might be like, okay, yeah, sure, because I do want to play other builds. Like I do want to play something other than Quill Volley or whatever and feel strong. So some of them would actually be like, yeah, you know, fix the bugs so I can kind of like experiment with other things and still feel strong. But that's a small portion of that, of those Spiritborn players. The other ones are just like, no, I like my broken one shot, you know, build stuff. I mean, we can't be surprised that that's that's the response. I'm actually surprised that at the time it was 66% that said leave it. I was expecting it to be higher than that, considering how many Spiritborn players there are. But so what then? The next patch that gets relimited? Well, they would fix the bugs primarily first. Mostly their outrageous damage scaling is based off of quite a few bugs, so that would just get fixed, and then they'll go from there. It's the new hotness. Why would they fix a class they just released? For the health of the game. When one class is doing 100,000% more damage than like the next strongest class, that's not really good for the game in general. However, I think trying to fix it now would just upset a lot of people. But at some point they're gonna have to. They have to make a decision at some point. If they don't fix it this season, then this season is a wrap for a lot of players. It's just kind of like, oh, well, I guess I'm done for the season because I already did everything, and why would I play another class that's 100,000 times weaker than the class I've been playing all this time? So I guess I move on to the next game. Why didn't they pin shot? They didn't. They did not. What would you say is the next strongest class? Necro. To be honest with you, most of the classes are actually quite, I won't say quite balanced, but they're a lot closer in balance if you do not take Spiritborn into account. Like Barbs and Necros are actually kind of neck and neck. Druid Rogues and Sork are all kind of like pretty even in terms of their top builds. And then you have Spiritborn that just literally exists in an entirely different timeline and universe. Imagine everyone showed out all this time and effort, then you go mid-season and nerf it. They'll lose a chunk of their player base. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah. I do think that what that tells me, call me Bob, is that more players are more concerned about the damage number they deal than the actual classes build and or mechanics. So like what I realize more playing more action RPGs and whatnot, you know, that's more of that player base exists. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that like you would think that you would see more players that actually care about how a build functions because it's fun, because it feels good to do said thing, right? But there's a loud enough audience that if that build or setup isn't dealing quintillions of damage, they're no longer interested. It doesn't matter if the skill is cool or not, or functions well, or you know mechanically well designed. If it does not hit 17 zeros, they're not interested in playing it. So that means that part of the player base will always be swayed every time balance happens. So when Blizzard always say, hey, they do this relatively cool thing with this relatively cool thing, that player is like, well, does it deal quintillions amount of damage? The answer is no, they're not interested. And that's kind of unfortunate. Because then you can't have cool things in the game because people aren't interested in cool things. They're interested in the amount of zeros they see on the screen. So, however, do you cater to that portion of the player base that feels that way? Again, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, like, if that's the amount of people, if the majority of people who play your game have that point of view, do you cater to it or do you not? Like, do you go with game health, or do you just give them as many zeros as possible so therefore they're happy? But they also don't balance fast enough either. Oh, that's very true, Smokey. I actually said that earlier. Last week I said. I said that once, like, what they should have done is the moment that that Paragon node was found out that was bugged, like literally day 1 of the season, and like 2 other bugs were found out like day 1, day 2, they should have fixed it then, before people started investing into the character. They should have nicked it right then. Because then at that point, only like the blasters and speedrunners would have, been able, would have access to it. And then they wouldn't care as much. It'd be like, okay, well, fine, we'll just find something else. But then like the rest of the player base wouldn't have been able to build into it. So therefore, they're not missing anything. But now that so many people have like built out their Spiritborns with around bugs and stuff like that, now you're in a pickle because they invested so much time into the Spiritborn class, so, and using those bugs, so now you're like really eating into their time investment of said thing. And so for the amount of time they spent, they want to see the 24 zeros, right? Because that's what they built into, and that's what they were expecting when they saw other people do it. And other content creators saying, hey, look at this build, right? I hit for 36 zeros, right? And it's like, oh, I want to do that thing. And so they build into it. They trade, they spend gold, whatever, and they build into it. And that's what they're going to expect because that's what's in the game. So you can't be mad at that, obviously. That's just the way it is. I can pick so many issues with just tempering this and classic one to OP 10% and this problem is solved. But then but how would the problem be solved then? Because think about it. The people who've been playing Spiritborn are practically bored already because the entire season so far is invalidated. If you're a Spiritborn player, you skip a lot of the progression, all the things that you were kind of meant to do to try to get the T4 and like actually have to try. You skipped all that. So like Spiritborn players are already bored. So the solution isn't to make everyone else bored quickly, just so therefore they can hit a bunch of zeros, so they're happy that like then now you have an additional problem where now okay, all the classes are invalidating content. Now what do? Do you continue to keep trying to tailor content until we just have 100 zeros and people are happy? Invent new numbers past quintillion? Like the reality is that's not good for the game either. The current state is not good either, but giving everyone else 100,000 times more damage isn't really the fix either. Because then what's the point of having content? If stuff dies in one hit, why even have monsters attack? Why even give them a health pool? Just walk around, and the moment that they see you, they just die. It's not really the same thing. There really is no gameplay involved. Like, is that what we want from our action RPGs right now? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, at that point, just get rid of all the art and visual design and all that. Like, just make all the monsters the same. Just make it a square with no health, and you walk past it, it blows up, gives you XP, and drops loot. What difference would it be if it was that way, right? Like, at some point, that can't. In my opinion, that can't be good game design. Right? At least in my opinion. Maybe others might feel different. They might want a triangle instead of a square, right? That has no health, that has a smiley face that just pops when you walk by and gives loot and XP. You know, I'm not judging. Maybe some like Pentagon people, you know, whatever, you know, like. But like, is that? I'm just saying. Might as well enable hacks. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying, like, I mean, at some point, you know, do we want to have to actually try in the game? Like, you know, hey, this enemy's actually hard. I want to actually try and beat him, right? Other than like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's a weird concept. I have no idea. But did I see Elon's take from Rospo as exactly describing if they were to buff everything up? I mean, yeah. I mean, I think people. I think people don't really. I really don't think. I mean, I guess the idea is to have content to pose some sort of resistance for you, for your character, so your character is on a journey. Right now, Spiritborn has no journey. It's just extremely strong. It's basically like Spiritborn is basically One Punch Man. Literally. Like, he has no progression. He doesn't get stronger. He's just hilariously OP, which makes for a very fun anime. But literally, there's no progression. Hey, One Punch Man had to train with all the push-ups. There was progression. What did he do? What was it? Was it 100 push-ups and was it 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups? I think it was. He said he had to do. How many? It was like just that much, right? But that was so like. That was so hilarious.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. My hammer sings on your return.
J Mac, what's going on? One Punch Man's progression was already done before the anime was released. That's very true. Yeah. That's very true. I think it shows most people don't want to challenge. They want to steamroll everything. Well, I mean, so, and again, like that's not a bad take per se. Like, I'm not saying that you know, bad audience if you just want to steamroll stuff. We kind of see this with Lilith, right? Like how many people actually kill Lilith and knows the mechanics versus people who literally just ask for carries on like streamers stream all the time for the spark. There's probably far less people that actually did it solo than getting carried by a streamer. Because people don't want to learn the mechanics to kill. And Lilith is really not that hard anymore. But people don't want to learn the mechanics just to get the spark. They just rather have someone else just like beam them in, right? Beam me in, Scotty. Like when you finish all the mechanics, so I can get my little my spark or whatever. Like, and the thing about it is that Lilith used to be a really fun fight. She was actually a fun fight, despite the fact that she had a lot of bugs and there were some things that were really annoying. But she was actually a fun fight. Like it felt good to actually beat her when it was actually hard, right? But yeah, but now, you know, but like there's enough of the player base that doesn't want that. screw having to learn how to fight Lilith. Just give me my freaking spark and then I'm gone. But what it does suck for devs is like, well, what do they do? Like if you're a designer, like if you're a dev and you know that, if you know that your audience that you're getting, like your player base that is coming to your game, if you know that a lot of your player base don't want to do challenging things, what is your next move? Do you just stop? Do you stop doing anything that required that gives any sort of anything, any amount of challenge at all? Like, because it just seems like a waste of time to design mechanics that people don't want to play. Right? It's like, oh man, look at all these really cool mechanics. Yeah, but I just want the spark. Sorry, can you just give me the spark? I'm really not feeling having to learn, learn a new boss or anything. Just give me my spark. You think they'll learn on S class? Nah. Nope. This class will also be OP with a lot of broken bugs day one. Naturally. Smokey says the issue is discrepancy of time available to each player. That's also fair. That's fair. But I think at the same time though, like when there are challenges in the game that doesn't necessarily require like perfect gear to do, right? Then like I think that's fair, because then at that point it's not necessarily about grinding for 200 or 300 hours for the perfect gear to be able to do said challenge, but rather, do you know the fight well enough to be able to get by with the set of gear that you have? And I personally, I think that's cool, but I know I'm definitely in the very small minority in that. You think a Lilith style fight would have been more popular if Lilith had come in with softer, tighter hitboxes with no bugs, slightly more accessible? Initially, Smokey, I would have said yes. But now that she has less bugs and she's easier to kill, people still do carries. And will pay gold for it. Like, quite a bit of gold for it. So, like, she's a lot more accessible now. You can do it in T1, get the spark, but there's still a huge market for Lilith carries. A pretty big market. Like there are definitely streamers who made billions of gold just carrying people in Lilith, like Lilith. And like, again, I'm not knocking streamers for doing it. I mean, a market is a market. You want to give me gold to sit there and like, take a minute of my time, a minute and a half of my time for a Lilith kill, 100 million gold. Okay. I mean, I totally get it from a streamer's perspective. I mean, that's easy gold. I ain't gotta trade, do nothing. Just, you want a spark? 100 mil. Cough it up. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time though, like I guess for game designers, what do you do if that just becomes the way that Lilith is killed all the time? You know what I mean? I got you. So you still don't think folks would care for a Lilith 2.0? No. Nah. Nope. I will say that there's a very small portion of the player base that actually do that would like that. But there will be a lot of people that say, hey, that'd be really cool. That'd be really cool if we got like a new like Uber boss, right? Until they have to fight it and realize it's mechanics that they can't get on like the first or second time or whatever. And then frustration sets in and is like, well, screw it. I'm just going to get someone to carry me. And then now we back to the same start. Right? Because at the end of the day, this is an action RPG, right? And again, I'm not talking bad about it. I'm just saying, like, given the fact that this is a casual game, you're going to run into that. People aren't trying to be sweaty tryhards in a casual game. at the same time, people want challenging content. So it's like, how do you balance the two? Is that, oh, I want something challenging. Okay, well, here's something challenging. Well, I don't want to learn the mechanics. Okay, well, I'm like, as a dev, that probably sucks. That's a sucky position to be in. You know, it's a lose-lose. The result is face tank the pit boss for 8 minutes. I know, right? That's so bad. I hate push, pit push stuff. I hate it with a passion. Yeah, you don't know what people want. I mean, I'm just going off the experience of being around the community, of seeing how people react to stuff, and how many people, and also my fellow streamers who make a lot of money, literally doing said things I'm saying. Like, if people truly wanted more, like, if the bigger portion of the player base wanted more challenge, then streamers couldn't make nearly as much gold off of these services. Like, if people wanted to kill Lilith and like learn the mechanics, then streamers couldn't make money off of it. They'll be like, hey, you know, Lilith carry for 100 mil go, and people be like, oh no, I'm good. I'm gonna learn to fight myself. Said almost no one ever. And again, nothing wrong with that. It's just more so of realizing what does the player base really want out of the game at the end of the day. You know what I mean? You know, do you want more of like a PoE style where it's like zip through one-shot stuff and, you know, boss content be hard, right? In terms of like gameplay is concerned. Obviously, much easier, you know, builds, being able to put together builds in PoE by far. Like, obviously, that not asking for that level of complexity for sure, for players, but like, I don't think the game is catered to raid mechanics, but I wouldn't even say Lilith is raid mechanics though. Lilith is more like, I would put that more so like Dark Souls type, you know, learning mechanics, not raid per se. I think more like Lost Ark bossing, sort of, somewhat, I guess, ish. What's up, Ryan? Is this build update on Maxroll? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm the guy who played WoW on level to 70 using pet battles just to avoid raids. Exactly, the Lost Ark argument is great. Yeah. Yeah, demographic is the right word. I mean to use. I've been saying all these types of words or analogies, but demographic is really the word I was looking for. Yeah, it's just, what is this game's demographic at the end of the day, right? Like, what do the games really want? What's your highest clear push or clear push wise? I haven't pushed. I have very little to almost no interest in pushing. I'm gonna get the 100 like pretty easily one day, just so that for people will stop asking me, can build do 100. And then once that happens, I'm probably never gonna touch like deck pushing for literally the rest of the season, because it's such a cancerous activity. Any tips for getting gold? Honestly, bossing, kill bosses. How do I have rain arrows all the time? It's my build. Check my latest YouTube video. Hola. Oh, I gotta do some theory crafting actually. I gotta do some mechanics testing real quick. Said Terracat, said D4 trade, you can make billions, or I guess what we're talking about in chat, you can carry people, you can do Lilith carries. You can make a lot of gold that way. You got a pretty good build, carry people doing Lilith. There you go. Only problem is you got super nice people, right? Like super awesome and nice people like Barricade that'll do it for you for free, right? So, you know, he might kind of hurt your market a little bit, right? Like if he's streaming, then like, and he's doing free carries, and yeah, you might not be able to sell. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you might have to do it on like an off time when he's not doing it for free, or when he's not streaming. Sorry, he always does it for free. Or pit carries. I guess pit carries is another, yeah. Which I guess like pit carries is definitely more legitimate this season in a sense, because if you play a class other than Spiritborn, it is extremely difficult to get your glyphs up. Unless you already have like really good gear already. So that's not even like a player time or player skill thing. That's just legit, like, you know, just too big of a gap between between classes thing. So I understand those a lot more for sure. Versace on the floor. T1 Lilith doesn't even need a good build. Very true, actually. But you still got a lot of mechanics, though. That's the only difference. That's what trips me. That's what trips you up. You drop Perdition for Cal and using knock Rune over Cry Rune. Feels really good. And what is not Cry again? Master Worker. Yeah, you still mess up around Lilith. I do it sometimes too, because I mean I don't really fight Lilith much anymore. So it's like there are times where like I'll dash in the wrong spot or whatever, and like I'm fine with that. I'll just redo it again. Right. But she's a fight that, you know, I've in the past have mastered, and it feels good to like sometimes do the fight again. But I guess right now the fight has been so watered down compared to what it was before that like it's no longer fun for someone who've already have mastered it, but it's also not fun for people who don't know the fight. So it's like Lilith is in this really weird spot right now where like the people who know the fight are bored with Lilith and the people who don't really care for the mechanics don't want to fight the fight. So like there's like no in between kind of. It's just kind of like give me my spark or or I don't even want to fight her because like she wasn't nearly as much fun in terms of the challenge part of it as she used to be. Poor Lilith though. She was kept many players up late into the late hours just trying to get the single kill. Lose. At least everyone's in the same page. I guess that's fair. When Jay was happening. I think throwing the loot table on Lilith wouldn't hurt anything. Yeah, sure, I guess. G3, how much time is your worth? Oh, you're talking about him. Okay, I see. Okay, so I'm gonna test something that you said, Kathy, but I also had a thought in mind too. I had like a couple of thoughts in mind too. So meteorites is gonna be one thing. Stun grenades is another. Spirit Wolf is one. I think stun grenades is kind of expensive though. I don't even know what actually what is the stun grenade? It's just been so long since I even looked at that rune. Sealment, basic attack, movement speed, druid thing. It's probably, is it a magic one? No way it's a magic one. It is a magic one. What? Okay. All right, let's check some things. So we'll try Spirit Wolf first, just for the LOLs. Pretty sure this is probably not gonna work, but you never know because Blizzard. Okay, so the first attack of the Spirit Wolf actually did do it. So let's see, Rain of Arrows. Huh. How many wolves can I get out? Actually, I'm curious. Hold on. Wait, what's the cap on wolves? Look how many spirit wolves I got. Get them. Get them. Don't they give like stagger and stuff? I guess we could find out, right? Am I testing? Different ways to proc precision. Hold on. Let's. that they actually do give a pretty decent amount of stagger. I don't know why I find that so hilarious. All right. All right, so meteorite. Okay, let's see this one. Okay, that seems to be just one hit still, but we'll try again. No, actually, wait. Do it again. Let me have to read the rune. I wonder if the meteorites have to crit in order to really see the thing. My problem is that most of these random arrows didn't even get the precision proc. Like that's why my damage was so low on like over like 60 or 70% of those rains. Just trying to figure out a way to catch the middle of that, but we'll see. That's kind of why I liked what was it? Actually, I didn't do a smoke grenade, did I? Or grenades actually. Hold on. It has to crit for it to proc precision. Non-crits would not do it. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Well, also all of those just crit just now. All those grenades just crit. Huh. Yeah, and like only like sometimes rain will give me precision procs, and other times it won't. Whether it crits or not, that's the weird thing about it. I do think. So why not use this to test the Rune on his own? Well, I saw the attack, right? So I just figure I would just proc it every time I cast Rain, which is literally on the first cast. I mean, that would be the actual scenario that's happening, right? You stand still with proc? It shouldn't anymore. It says you have to stand still while fighting. Unless they change that. Yeah, I still have to fight. So I have to cast something. So I guess the thing is too is I wonder if I guess in this case scenario, there actually might be a I guess that actually makes sense now. There actually might be a case for a stronger case for Fist of Fate then, because I just realized something. So like if an Arrow Storm procs, like it will also give me a stack of precision. But they're all based on lucky hit in terms of actually getting them to proc more often. But it's only on the first hit. Not over time. It's always the first hit. That could explain why sometimes I was had some success on like multiple casts like back to back when I did Fist of Fate. That might be. That's why you like Surge, just because it just does it like, yeah. I guess that does make sense. I do like decrepify though. Decrepify actually does like having that there and casting every time or whatever, and also giving the 20% damage reduction is just very nice. Yeah, I want a 3GA Hakan. I actually have one. Thank you though. This buff has covered it. Is it 3GA with the like the one that still doesn't have the double damage? Is that what it is? Like it's still bugged that you still can't get that GA on that one row? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. So the only way that I can the only way I can do like a Surge temper though would be obviously if I was to masterwork, like double masterwork both of these on the sword. I get like a good roll, which I did not get a good roll on this one. And then like masterwork that better. Same thing with here. Like I didn't get like a good roll on this one. Both of these I didn't get a good roll on. Am I gonna try to third craft the new key passive? I mean, not. I mean, I have, and there's really nothing good that comes out of it except for like poison, twisting blaze. Roughly, that's kind of really it. Try Rune Tech. Earthquake does give 1 stack precision. Oh yeah, I know. I mean, but there's any other class skill can do that. So like decrepify, meteorite, those kind of things. Like they all they all do that. But decrepify has better benefits than earthquake does. Because earthquake is just, well, earthquake. Decrepify actually gives you damage reduction and it can execute. But yeah. So yeah, the only way I'd be able to run a surge would be if honestly, if I can get a freaking GA on the double damage on the Word of Khan, but we all know that's not gonna happen. Meteor stat precision, yeah, apparently. If it crits. Okay. So I'm trying to think of something else. Does the imbuement roll matter as much? Nope. It matters not at all, actually. It matters zilch.
Oh, light. Cleanse these books from my skin.
All right.
I promise to become your most devoted servant. I mean it this time.
Retribution. So I have a lot of like the masterworking materials, the whatchamacallits. These, but now I need to get a lot of these. Which I do have like quite a bit of like refinement tributes actually. But I also don't mind doing Infernal Hordes though. Those are fun still. What's a quick 5 whisper? Style. You think barbarian or quicker parking precision? Yeah, it is. Hi, Crafty. I see you later, man. What are you trying to do, Ryan? It was to level that way. You try to see. Yeah, so like I guess that's considered a like exploit. So yeah, don't do that. Bug is one thing. If it's part of a build and you almost can't avoid it, that's one thing. But like an actual game exploit like that, yeah, nah. A lot of Tribute Titans. Whisper. Waiting for the Dark Pseudo Cosmetic to drop. Fix. So folks have ran out then that thing 1,000+ times and can't get any more. Oh man. Just found a Bariza time to slam it. No brick. Praise Juvas. Yeah. I got a Blind Bro Sigil. I kind of want to do that one. I got Sarras Lair too as well. What? Dang, I still couldn't pick it up. What, for real? Don't even know what this one is. But we'll run it. My elixir real quick. This stupid question, is it supposed to say run Barrage on a rapid fire level build? Nah. Where's it say that at so I can make the fix? Whoa, that was a lot of lag just now. At the end step it shows rapid fire, but before that it shows Barrage. And the skill tree part? Okay, gotcha. Alright, we'll do. We'll take a look at that. I kind of think that's kind of cool. That bookcase thing. As rogue build depends on what you're doing. Can I guess the content that you're interested in and want to know? Is it T100 pit plus? Did I get it right? I probably should grab the XP log. Oh, boss killing! Wow, no one ever says that. X told, "Are you real? Do you actually exist, sir? I don't think you actually exist. I must be dreaming." Oh yeah, boss killing. Honestly, like, boss killing is really easy on Rogue. That, like, the difference between like one build and another is like maybe a second. Boss killing in the 100 T1 pair. Okay, that's what he meant to say. Yeah. No, but no, they're so close, man. Like, it honestly doesn't even matter. I mean, rapid fire would pretty much hold that title as long as you use Fist of Fate for like a super quick stagger, if you want the fastest boss killings or whatever. But yeah. I will say this is like my favorite build to play on Rogue right now, though. And that says a lot, because considering that it's usually either Heartseeker or Rapid Fire in terms of like what I end up maining this season. So for another build to kind of overtake that, says a lot. Does build have a link? It sure does. Exclamation mark build. You think it's time to bench your Dance of Knives Barrage Rogue? Or the Yin's Blessing thing? I think it has more value on like Heartseeker than it does on Barrage, to be honest with you. Like, if I had to be like 100% honest, I think you'll get more out of it with Heartseeker. But yeah. Spartan, what's going on? You are really bold for that, sir. Very bold for that. Don't get me wrong, I think it's actually quite cool. I like going around and figuring things out myself, so I totally get it. I totally get it. I would, at the very minimum, probably look up how damage works in this game, like just like a video of like how it works. No, because the way you think it works, it doesn't work that way. Like the stuff that is supposed to make sense doesn't make any sense at all. A lot of the time. So tooltips are scary because you don't know which tooltips are actually right or wrong or even like exist or I wonder how good this is, like these, like this and Syrah's Lair and whatnot in terms of like the masterworking material versus some of the other dungeons. I can imagine that you get a shit ton more here than like you do some of the other dungeons. Gotta go back and pick up this stuff. That's so cool. You crit damage and vulnerable damage, two separate damages, or can you crit with vulnerable damage? You can crit with vulnerable damage. WinJ with the gift is what a saint. I'm gonna do some hordes, just not quite yet. I'm curious to see with the couple of changes I made since yesterday, or the teeny bit of changes I made yesterday, what a 90 would feel like, especially on the boss. Like the bosses is probably like the biggest thing. Getting there is usually never like never an issue. But boss is like interesting. But yeah, Spartan, you said I've been trying to get overpowered to triggers so I can do the damage, but then it's also vulnerable as well. Yeah. Again, it's one of those things where this game damage, how to do damage in this game oftentimes just doesn't make much sense. So over the course of you continuing to like go on this journey of figuring it out, like a build for yourself or whatnot, and putting your own build together, knowing what works and what doesn't, and how damage scales in this game is extremely important for you to hit your goal of making your own thing. So you can't get a mythical unique to save your life. Do Infiltrator and Poison Trap have a part in this build in T4? No. Like what would Poison Trap do per se? Or I guess what would you be expecting Poison Trap to do? I'll put it that way. Because all your damage comes from random arrows, all of it. You have not found a good source of information on how it works. Do !Maxroll. We literally have a couple of articles that breaks it down and explains how damage actually works in this game. I would use those resources on Maxroll to kind of be like, oh, that's why when I tried the thing didn't work on Druid, or oh, that's why the tags on the skill that is supposed to do the thing I was trying to test didn't actually do the thing I was trying to test. And then it starts to kind of make a little more sense as you go through the things that should or can and cannot work, but just don't. Can use Poison Trap instead of Cow Trap and victimize Barrage. Yeah, you can if you want. It's a little less damage because Cow Trap obviously gives you a damage buff per second that they're in the Cow Trap. But if you really just don't like Cow Trap, and I don't either, you can totally do Poison Trap. Actually, you could probably just get rid of traps in general because you're not running the ambush board, so you don't necessarily have to do a trap. At that point, you can just pick a skill that you actually want to play. Now, if you're doing if you're doing like a precision build, then you absolutely have to do cow traps. You don't really have much of a choice there. Gonna try to get out of Saragar for a minute. Oh man. He wasn't happy with this 3 GA either. Where's my Pock Rune at? Couches might be my least favorite ability to use in the game. Something like that, yeah. For me as well. I need a legendary that removes the jump back. Imagine. Alright, we sit here for a bit. Take a drink since I took the conduit on accident. Way. You know, I have an idea. One more idea. 25 billion for a shard of her. What? Why? Unless, yeah, why? Unless it's a spirit born thing. I don't know. Maybe. Knock down everything using stealth, poison traps, then guaranteed rain of arrows after stealth break. People forget that precision guarantees crit. You don't need stealth to do that. Like you literally crit guaranteed the moment you stack your precision. And the knockdown, and like and rain of arrows itself already has a knockdown. So knockdown already does what poison trap does already. And then precision itself as a key passive does whatever concealment would normally do in terms of guaranteeing the crit. So the poison trap would really build you or give you no benefit that you aren't already doing yourself. I mean, you can do it. Don't get me wrong. If that's what you want to do, it's fine. It's just you're gonna have it. It just becomes a redundant skill, if that makes sense. Like 2 skills in your skill bar to do something that not having those 2 skills in the skill bar you will already be able to do. What max pit did you did with this rogue? No idea because I have not pushed any pits. But for someone with like Korean gear and wants to spend ungodly amount of hours pushing as far as they possibly can, I mean, you're looking about like a 107, 106, 107. That won't be me though, because I find pit pushing god awful and not worth my time. About to reset my build. Is it better than your Barrage Rogue and game you posted last week? This is a little stronger than that, yes. I'm sure I can at least do P265. I don't know about that. Maybe a 35. We'll see. We'll see. With that being said, I want to test an idea real quick. Your Dance of Knives found Ring of Starless yesterday amongst other useless mythics. Do you think it'd be wise to swap to Ring of Arrows or stay Dance of Knives? I mean, so are you wanting to swap because you found a Starless? Is that the like the idea? Okay, yeah, don't do that. Because Starless is not a build defining item. In fact, most items aren't really build defining. They just give you more damage or maybe make something a little bit more quality of life. Like you can't make a build out of Starless. So it's not like, okay, I got a Starless now. Let me see what build uses it. And then like completely change your entire build in Paragon board because you got a Starless. Like in a game like this, that is totally not worth. The only reason why I would tell you to change builds is if you just don't like the build you're playing right now. Like if you don't like the build you're playing right now, then change builds. But you don't need a mythic unique to do that. You just look at the items that you already have or you might need, go farm for that, switch to builds. What was I going to do? The Vortex also does it too. That's the same thing.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Okay, it must be in my stash. Italian dressing with the T1, appreciate you. How's it going? Let's put this here. Do that. And then do this. And then cast. King J with the 5 gifted subs. What's going on? Appreciate you. Yeah, it seems to be like some sort of like not ICD or turn the record on, but like it's almost like no matter like how many times you try to get like precision stacks elsewhere. I mean it is bugged, so I guess it's kind of a weird thing where it's like okay, it's just gonna act that way regardless. But it makes it tough to try to see if you can kind of take advantage of that any further than we already can, and that becomes hard. It seems like really hard to do. So, all right. Well, that test is over. Let me go in the 90 pit. Do all of our damage become poison when we use poison abuse? If so, does boosting poison damage from poison trap affect it? No. Good question, but no, it doesn't. Really cool, Rooster. Appreciate the follow. But Warcry word with prediction was way worse than its 80. Teleport out was so bad, really. That pixel pull drop, smoke grenade, pack goes boom. True. That makes sense, yeah. I mean, I guess the run will depend, right? It just depends on how spread out the elites are. So it's like kind of having if the pit, like if that run has like, you know, tight elites or whatever, then it's easy. But if they're all spread out, then you have to kind of work for it. And then that just feels awful. That's why I think like in the high piss, I would probably just drag them instead of just like, you know, casting right down. I would just like drag them into an, like, you know, to an area where I can get them all to, you know, sit. So I'm using Circuit Ferg and the Rogue ring. You're losing way too much damage for a ring that doesn't give you anything in return but the pull. Like you're losing like 250% crit damage, 300%, you know, 200 dex, and an aspect, like conceded. Like you're losing a lot of damage just to be able to pull them in. Like at that point, you're just better off doing like a rune to do it. Like using the rune is way better to do that. Appreciate the follow. Armada, what's going on? I see you up there. I saw your post. Oh, this is such a bad yeah, I'm moving on, whatever. I wasted so much time on him. I need armor cap and then I need... Spawn, there you go. See, yeah, see it. If I get spirit color like that, easy clap. Like, that was such an easy 90 for a boss. All right, ladies, gotta work another graveyard shift. Never waits. All good, man. You have fun out there, or try to. Oh, my whatchamacallits ran out. My elixirs ran out. And my guess I'll use one of those and then pop that. Go again. Masterworker, you got it, man. You got this, bro. Realistic push for a non-spiritborn would be 100 basically. We're kind of playing with Druid Barrier and their procking party without you doing anything. Nah. I haven't seen a Druid in ages unless I'm playing with Boiler. Oh, Mother's Judgment. Okay, this is gonna be a while. The exact opposite of that Spirit Caller fight. Oh shoot, she played Druid? I saw your message. It's alright. I just play with Boiler a lot, so it's like I just remember him usually. The worst boss I can get for this. Come on, get her. God, I hate this boss. Although she is going a bit faster than before in the past. And the 90. So I made some improvements apparently. Oof, that almost killed me. One more stagger should do it though. Come on, get it, and are you kidding? I was gonna say, I'm like, are you kidding me? Oh, the oh man. All right, so that was like 5 minute 90. She was like 2 minutes of a boss fight. Like if that's my worst case scenario, I think I'm okay with that on the 90. Not sure what aspects I got now. It's the same as it is in the video, basically. I haven't changed. I haven't really changed anything. I try a bunch of different things, and then I kind of just go back to what I originally have been doing. You can do 100. Well, of course, yeah. No, I'm not going to though. Because I am not about to sit there and reset every time I see a non-spiller card, non-malice, non-Heartseeker. I guess it'll be okay. Maybe.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I'm gonna go back to the other rune though. I'm gonna go back to Vex because on the boss is actually like really good. So we'll kind of like go of decrepify for now. And I gotta go back to Pac. There then. You feel like torturing yourself with your Elden Ring? Or appreciate the follow. Yes, procking and party while you was AFK. I mean, I feel like that isn't supposed to happen. I feel like that. I don't know if that's is or isn't, but spent way too much time on her. This one isn't that going as well. Zed 1,200 views, nice man, keep it up. It was another raid today. This time it was who was it? Two raids actually. DM and Riker. So yeah, not me again. Not getting legendaries and playing on T4, but never seen one because they're rare. The best way to get them, honestly, is by bossing. That's actually really not bad on the High Master. Almost got him in 3 staggers. Yeah, so really, I mean, I guess Mother, I mean, at this level, Mother is the one that takes way too long. But the others, I think I could probably do in like a decent amount of time. Maybe not Blood Bishop. Blood Bishop and Chief Marauder might pissy ones too, but hope everything's well with you. What's the best way to farm Forgotten Souls? Bosses and Helltide, basically. And Whispers. Whispers are very good for that too. Wow, wow, West. Wow, wow, West. Wow, wow, West. Wow, wow, West. Looking at Whispers. Nothing. Funny, what's going on? Hello, what's up? Doxon, there's a song text. You mean song lyrics? I'll take song text. Really, Masterworker? Do you think Frost Reader will apply to Heartseeker? Yeah, it will pretty much apply to all rogue builds really. Yeah, any rogue build in which you use Frigid Finesse, it would apply to, which is every build. What glyph would you drop? Kind of forgot what's all on Heartseeker. What do we got? We got Control. We got Exploit, Diminish, Headhunter, and Fluidity, right? I think those are the 5 glyphs. Probably Headhunter out of all those, or Control. I'd probably say Control, so you can have more unconditional damage. Well, no, not. I guess it's still conditional no matter what you look at it, but at least it's a Dex glyph instead of a Intel glyph. So I don't know. Probably Headhunter. Headhunter is probably the easiest to just swap. Do a direct swap. I have Devious instead of Fluidity. Okay. So I have Diminish, Devious. Yeah, you can't get rid of Devious or Diminish because they prop up important rare and magic node buffs or whatever. So you have to have both of those. You need Exploit. Control is too strong. Yeah, I mean like Headhunter probably would be what I would switch. Den Mother. That was bad on my part. But this is good. Want to hear a story about why you stopped street raging? What happened? Take terminal. What's going on? You down with OPP? You down with OPP? You know me. Every last body. Okay, that's good. We've made some progress. That felt better than yesterday. And I wouldn't really change much, but I did get an upgrade or two. The Skyhunter was an upgrade for sure. I gotta masterwork better. I can probably get like about 200 more crit damage to 300 more crit damage really if I masterwork properly. And then of course a proper cowl that's 25% multiplicative damage I'm missing by not having the +1 or +7 trick attacks instead. That's gonna haunt me. Takeover culture is why it's that around Public Rose. The SC police don't play anymore. When you said SC, are you talking about like South California or South Carolina? Nice hat, thank you. Is it? I go do it, Rogue. Right. Now I'm gonna do some in front of hordes. Cause yeah. Gen Z, what's going on? Oh, South Carolina, okay. Alright. So we live in the same state then. This part is part. Of the song. Really? I live on Lake Marion? Really? Yeah, I'm in the upper state. I'll just say York County. I'll just put it that way. To be. But I went to school in so you said you're in Charleston right now for work? Yeah. I went to Coastal Carolina for school, obviously back in the day. Yeah, I lived in my life mostly in Columbia. Using the solid right horse mount the other day. Is that something specific? No, that was just season 1. How do I put this? Basic B horse, basically. I just never changed the cosmetic until like yesterday. So I just stopped being lazy and decided to actually get like an actual cosmetic that looks cool for a horse. So, or for a mount. I was thinking about moving to South Carolina. What's a good spot? Oh, I didn't say anything about coming to South Carolina. I don't know about. I guess for retirement, it's pretty decent because the cost of living is actually like is quite low, so that kind of makes it an attractive state. And then obviously the Charleston area is like just really beautiful in general. But outside of that, like South Carolina's a pretty boring state. However, if you live, upstate South Carolina, then there's always Charlotte above you, and you can have fun there. So you kind of get the best of both worlds: the cost of living in South Carolina, and then like the fun of Charlotte, I guess. I don't think your D-Series Civic can make it to South Carolina. I mean, about that. Charleston is nice, but overcrowded. Well, I mean, it's a great tourist town. Everybody wants to go. Like everybody wants to go to visit or whatnot, and then some just end up wanting to live down there because they visit it, right? So, you from Venezuela? What's going on? I have a question about using channeling shrine with your build. What about it? I usually don't notice really much of a difference when I have channeling shrine. Like it still allows me to spend the energy and whatever. So like, you don't like not take it or anything. If that's what you're asking. Murder with the T1 sub, appreciate you. Yeah, you still take it. Like the new Dragon Ball show. Actually, is it out already? Is Dragon Ball Daima already out? I mean, I've been sort of waiting for it, but like haven't kept up. 3 episodes? Okay. Yeah, I gotta catch up then. Yeah, I definitely gotta go catch up then. I didn't even know. Like I knew it was coming. I just didn't know when. You're still trying to watch Bleach 1000 Years War Blood Art? Definitely one, if not the best Bleach art outside of the Soul Society art. Is crit chance worth investing on this build? Nope. Because you're gonna automatically crit for the most part anyway, so no. All right, Ryan, you have a good one. Yeah, this build's a lot of fun though. Benda. Then Dotco. I don't know if I said that right. What's the difference between 6, 8, and 10 wave hordes? Nothing. Literally nothing. Just the amount of waves, that's it. I don't even know why they have different whatchamacallits. I keep getting this one like so late. The double elite ones, so like so late for my runs. You haven't blocked YouTube? Why the rare nose, spear horde, and calculator not take work taking the T-shot board? Because they're additive. Like you take them if you need the armor, but that's about it. It gets additive damage basically. Wait for 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. So you on YouTube all night. What's the song? The one that's currently playing right now, or the one before that? Oh no, I'm out of oboes. Yeah. This one? Gotcha. Okay. If I can get them all to line up together, it'd be nice. But like they never do. At least not for me. Oh, here we go. Oh, almost. What's on the map? Yeah, let's get this Realmwalker real quick. No, I didn't realize it was a conduit. No. Oh man. The stand of shame. I bet this guy right here is looking at me like, bro, he took the conduit, bro. He took the conduit. It's just, they're talking about me over there. What's worse, stepping on a Lego piece at night or grabbing a conduit shrine? Oh, conduit shrine. No contest. That Lego piece, that Lego piece, wish it can do the damage. It's like the Lego piece does like physical damage, right? And like it scars you a little bit, but like the conduit is like mental and emotional damage to such a degree you just don't get over it. Bro, what's happening, bro? 1d4 psychic damage. I looked that time before I took that shrine. I'm like, that better not be what I think it is. What if it's a spirit-born Lego piece? Game over. It's 85 res and max even materials, yes. At some point, you still have to take damage. If you reach 100% res, you technically wouldn't take damage, so. deciding whether it's worth it for a masterwork crit on your GM max res. What are you up to doing, Willer? I'm having a lot of fun on Random Rails, but I think I'm gonna go back to cooking something else a little bit, maybe next week. But I believe you said you just woke up. No, because then I'm gonna check to make sure what time it is on my end. I'd be like, no way. My goodness. That's the schedule's been so messed up since season started. You and me both, man. I'll be trying to catch a nap here and there. Sometime I don't know, like around 6 o'clock PM or something. Like I'll like take a nap from like 6 to 9 or 6 to 10 or whatever. And I end up going for a little too long and I wake up like around 11:30. I'm like, crap. I need to start my stream. So like my stream schedule has been a little later than I want to in terms of the start time. Cause I just can't get right. I can't get right. The Doxa has us all like that. The stream time is good for me. Yeah, I mean, generally I would normally start my stream like maybe like around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But in the recent, I've been starting like around like 11:30 p.m. Sometimes I had to finish writing a Maxroll guide, the new Maxroll guide for Rain of Arrows, or finish up a video, or overslept, or something. Senior Core Heartseeker Rogue build guy, gonna use it. Looks awesome. It's fun. It's a fun build. And you're still online for a while, Miguel. Yeah, it just depends. It definitely depends. Like usually, obviously, like towards the beginning of the season, there's a lot to do, I guess, and things to explore still. So like usually the streaming hours are gonna be a little bit longer. But then as like mid-season hits, you know, I kind of cut that down to like, you know, 4 to 5 hours roughly. So I don't burn myself out. And I also take like I usually take Sundays off, but of course, beginning of the season, first couple of weeks, kind of have to still go ham a little bit. Good morning from Germany. Heard you made a Flurry guy with really high requirements. We're gonna find it. Oh no, I didn't make a Flurry guy this season. Not this season, no. But there is an OP Flurry build that has its requirements is let's just say that if you don't know about it, then you probably don't have the gear for it. I'll put it that way. Or you're nowhere near close to having the gear for it. It's like one of those things. Like you gotta be you need to have billions upon billions of gold to be able to get the right pieces because they're super expensive. You gotta know people who have the stuff to be able to, you know, to get the pieces from. Then you gotta hop on another class to get some of their gear. And even then, you might be halfway to being able to actually play the build. Because then you have to get the correct masterworks. Because if you don't get the correct masterworks on the said near impossible gear to find, then you still can't play the build. It's generally, it's just really not worth, honestly. It's just gonna be honest. Now if it was like Rogue's like by far best build, then there might be a case for it. But considering that it only like, you know, helps Flurry, you know, to reach the levels of like the top Rogue builds, is that effort really worth? Considering also how it plays, because it is kind of clunky to play. But it's a neat build. It's just, I don't know. It takes forever, man. Like I honestly I would just play regular Flurry. Like regular Flurry is a lot of fun, and it's still a really good build. But check Maxroll for that. DZ has a good guide. DZ or Peacha? Peacha Powell, which I don't know if Peacha's listening in. He usually is.
See some steel you need?
What did my math look like again? 82. I guess it is more hordes, I guess. I'm supposed to get decent boons early. This is a really, really fun build to play in a horde. Any changes? Nah. Nope. I tried a few things, but I'm back to the same old. Yeah, fluidity out, frost feeder in, basically. That's it. That's the only, like, for sure. Yeah, Gen Z, you heard it? You heard it? Yeah. Yeah, do you know you have second to kill the Blizzcons for no misses to face you? Lilith is a fun fight, at least in my opinion. It's not a terrible start. Ish. Hate the Spire stuff though. Ephemera was going on. Appreciate the follow. Well on one. A second one spawn right here. I feel like that was a waste of a wave. Right, that was a crappy wave. Baby's in, yeah, that sucks, man. I've had some 90s that like fail me like 3 times in a row, 3 or 4, like 3 times in a row, and then like on the next run it failed the first one, and then I finally got a successful one. So technically 4 times in a row, but it's just like bruh. So it could be bugged, right? Not necessarily. It just means that Like someone has to be the unlucky one at some point. Like someone's gonna be that unlucky somewhere. With, you know, millions of people playing, you know, over the course of, you know, weeks or whatever. Like someone's gonna hit those odds. It happens often. Is there a build guide for this build? Yep. Exclamation mark build. Got a written guide and a video guide. Why no encircling builds, Blaze? Because Flurry's not dealing any damage, that's why. Flurry's not here for the damage part, it just does everything else. Appreciate the follow. Let's see. Mister. This one. Does Lilith drop a spark? Yep, she does. All these spires, man. The funny thing about it is that actually this build's actually pretty decent for spires because I can cast a rain of arrows across the screen, and then stand the spire and then like get all the credit for everything that died on the other side of the screen with the waves. So for any builds for the spire, I actually kind of like this build for it, but spires are so like not worth, man. In most cases, like, what you get from them is just. You know, your pet will pick up 8 to 4, yeah. I'm just trying to zip around to get from like event to event, basically. Oh, you're still alive, what? How does the damage happen when this build of flare doesn't do damage? It's random arrows. Do exclamation mark build. And I have a video and a written guide on it. Yeah. It's all random arrows. Flurry just allows me to teleport around and get some vulnerable on them and heal and all that kind of stuff. So all those arrows you see running across the screen, like that's where all the damage is coming from. That's 4K. Getting terrible temperament rolls. Yeah, you just beat her but got nothing. If you've beaten her before the patch, then you might have like they might have already given you the spark this patch, because if you've beaten her at some point this season before when she wasn't dropping it, then like the patch automatically gave it to you and you might not have known that you got it. That's another thing too as well. The cores are my favorite thing to do in D4 lately. I like cores in general. I wish that was kind of the metric, honestly, that we test our gear and stuff on. I wish hordes was it. Because like hordes are chaotic, hordes are like chaotic, random-ish. You can't fish for it. And it's a completely more fair environment. So like if you can just continue to scale up like you do in pits or whatever instead, and like have like a timer where you know, if you run out of time or whatever before you kill enough things, then you just failed that wave, but you just keep going up until you do fail. Like that would be a considerably better way to kind of like give a metric to whether or not your build can perform. The new expansion zone, Nightmare Dungeon. I was hoping they would make something to increase the horde's difficulty. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that this expansion season, whatever. Bro, how are you still alive? All right. Guess we'll do Amulet still. I have other builds I'm gonna play. That mount is so cool. I ain't gonna lie. I did pretty good with that.
The forge is ready. Whatever you need.
It do. It do. Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to cut it here, y'all, because I have a long day tomorrow. It's the last competition for my kiddos, my band kiddos. So we have a double competition tomorrow. So it's gonna be all like legit an all-day event. The idea is to still stream afterwards, but I do not know how late we're gonna get home. So may or may not see me Saturday night. It just kind of depends. If you don't see me Saturday night, you'll see me Sunday night. But if you see me Saturday night, then you won't see me Sunday night. So it'll be kind of like one of those kind of swap arounds. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So yeah, if I am on, it's probably gonna be sure. All right, where to go? Damage just use that. Is that fun? I should, yeah, for sure. Fame's doing the thing. Oh, that's right. D3 did come out and do the thing tonight. It did launch tonight. I forgot. What is this? Okay. Still trying to figure out where to go. Otherwise I just end up going to people I always go to. Actually been a little while since I've been there. No. No. My web browser is getting ready to crash. No, stop. Stop it. Okay. Rainbow touch of death. Okay. Actually, it's probably been a while since I've been to Mercatus, right? It's been a hot minute. So we'll go there. But all right, like I said before, if you guys, ideally, I'm going to try to stream tomorrow night, Saturday night. It just all depends on what time I get back. And looks like my browser just crashed again. Really? What is going on? Let's try this real quick. This one. You refresh Maxroll Did I refresh it? I mean, everything should be. I haven't changed anything in like the past day or two. But with that being said, every time I stream, I'm glad you guys are here because, of course, you guys can be anywhere else, literally any other streamer stream, but you are here with me, chilling, and of course, I absolutely appreciate that. So, but enjoy Mercatus. I will see y'all later, and as always, till next time.